is she still on me?
All right. Getting this fucking party started.
All of you to come push me. I'm sick of this shit.
I've got 2,000 to spend. And I'm spending down here. I want the Bahamut abilities.
Again. Come on, please get this fucking diva off me. Where's she at? Fucking behind me. She's ignoring everyone.
Oh. I did not see that one. Coming in a bit late because I didn't see it when you dropped it there, Darth Elwood, but thank you for the bit. 1 bit, a million bits, it doesn't much matter. It's all helpful. All right, I got to go to the restroom. While I'm in there, I'll be working on finishing up the start of stream stuff so that we can get into actual gameplay as soon as possible, as soon as I get back. So y'all just hang tight. I'll be back in a few. All right, I didn't get all the start of stream stuff done. I'm going to be finishing that over the next minute or two, several minutes, however long it takes. So I do apologize, but at least it's going to get done. Oh, give me a few. I got to start on it, though. Fucking piece of shit phone. Fucking do what you're being told to do. You goddamn piece of trash. I really need to get a new fucking phone, yo. Apparently I'm eligible. I just gotta wait till they have a fucking sale or something. What the hell? All right. I lack sufficient. There we go. Oh yeah. Okay. I don't remember if I did this before I got offline the other day, Wednesday. So let's come on over here. Let's double check a few things, make sure. Alright. The board's clear.
Welcome to the Patron's Whisper. Come to claim your just desserts?
Nothing there.
Here you go. Seen enough?
Alright. We'll start with the one furthest from me.
First we find Isabel.
But a bloke saying he saw ghosts on the far side of the wall.
I saw it with my own eyes. The whole of Oriflamme under a flood.
If there are ghosts in the Royal Meadows, then why isn't the garrison dealing with them?
Four left for more on the captain's orders. Only 2 came back. Goddess help us.
There's no helping you ass clowns. Whee!
I can't do it.
Whee! Whee! Whee!
My lord, my lady.
We received the dame's message. There have been sightings of strange creatures, I understand.
With the blue eyes. Yes. Like a Kashik, but different. They've taken so many. I've lost count.
A Kashik, but different.
Ultimus thralls. And what of your mistress? Is she here?
Oh, no. She went to the garrison to ask what they were planning on doing about all this.
Then we'll look for her there.
All right. Time to go ask some soldiers some hard questions, I think. Whee! Whee!
Madame, please! Half the garrison's been slaughtered by those things. We lost the captain this very morning.
We've tried requesting reinforcements, but there's been no word from the capital or the Dominion in days. What more would you have us do?
I would have you do your duty. Those at the Vale look to me for protection. And protect them I shall. Because they are my charges, and that is my duty. In case you have forgotten, the people of this town are your charges. But more than that, they are your people. Your sisters, your brothers, your lovers. So you have a choice. Lay down your sword and watch as they are slaughtered. Or take it up and do what is right.
She speaks the truth, you know. This here, it's all we have. It's all that's left.
What we have left is our lives. Do you really want us to lose them as well?
Not if we don't have to. Look, there's a cask under the captain's bunk. Let's talk about this over a drink, eh?
I'm listening.
I'll have a word with him.
Ah, Clive. I didn't expect help to arrive so quickly. And sought to take matters into my own hands.
It was a noble effort, but I thought you might still need some support.
I'd like you to consider my needs. What we need to consider is where the creatures came from. The way the survivors speak of them, one would think they appeared out of thin air. And perhaps they did. It's hard to know what to believe these days.
We'll talk to the survivors.
My family.
You're a pikeman, yes? What happened?
I've got family in Moor. I heard the flood was spreading, so I went to see if they were all right. And the back of them glowing things found me in the meadow. I ran for my life. I never did get to the village.
Leave that to us.
Okay, so they glow.
It's all right.
We know they're like ghosts and
Did you
a
see the
cassock.
creatures that attacked you?
Creatures? Yeah, they came out of nowhere. They went for Joseph first, then me, and then they were just gone.
Do you remember where you were?
Ghost-like.
On the road from Oriflamme. We just passed Moor when... Where's my Joseph?
It's all right. Just rest now. At least we have an idea of where the thralls might be now. We should head for more.
Get it, boy.
The two soldiers were carrying another. He didn't have any legs.
What could do that to a man?
It was all they could do to escape. They just left the bodies there in the flood.
Okay. I'm going to assume at this point they're talking about Aether Flood. Yeah, looks like an aether flood.
Clive, look.
I see them. With me. Sicker. Sicker. Go for it. Get him. This one. Get him. Sicker. This one. Sicker. Over here. Go for it. This one. Attack! Over here!
Should I prime?
No. Save your strength.
Come on, flame charge!
It's over.
Or not. This new Bahamut abilities are pretty fucking nice. Not gonna lie.
Do you think there are more?
There are always more. But I'd say we've done what we can for the time being.
Then we should let Isabel know.
You have the town's thanks.
Don't thank us yet. There will be more. Many more. And you'll need to be ready for them.
Oh, we shall. Isn't that right, Captain?
Yes, milady. The garrison will be ready.
Philippe here has convinced most of the men to remain at their posts. For now, at least.
Hearing that the Dame would look kindly on any man who committed himself to the task certainly didn't hurt. It's not the most selfless of motives, I'll admit. But whatever it takes, eh? Now me, I never needed convincing. I became a soldier to protect the people I love. And the people I love include the ones standing before me.
Handsome and chivalrous.
Now, if you don't mind, I have sentries to post. Milady.
Lest you wonder, I'm not foolish enough to believe that this has solved all of my problems. But it has solved one, and that's one fewer than I had this morning. Thank you again, Clive.
Alright, well, that handled that pretty handily. Now we're going to come over here to Martha's Rest and help them out.
This man's gonna die if we don't get him to a healer.
But all our beds are taken.
Well, that doesn't sound good.
Martha, it's good to see you.
And you, Clive. Jill?
Otto said you'd been attacked by a Kashik. What exactly happened here?
Those skies are what happened. Not long after they fell dark, we had our first visit. There were hundreds of them. Tried to storm the hill. Only a handful made it up here, but that was more than enough. The rest are still down there now. And while we have a few willing fighters holding them back, they're sorely outnumbered. What do you think, Clive?
That we join the fight?
I thought you'd never offer. Well, where I need you is the Fallen Gate. That's where the fighting is fiercest. Let the men know you come to help. Something tells me they'll be pleased to see you.
We're on our way.
Do you think there were as many as Martha says?
More.
You don't think they've abandoned us, do you?
Them not. Not a chance.
Time to wreck the days of some Akashic.
Clive, wounded.
We deal with the Akashic first.
That was easy.
These men don't have the look of hired swords.
If you've come to rob this place,
You are mistaken, my Lord Rosfield. We're here by Madame Martha's leave.
how do you know my name?
Forgive me, my lord. There wasn't time for introductions. We're with the Guardians of the Flame.
Wade's men? But how did you come to be here? Where is your commander?
Sir Wade left earlier with a scouting party to find out where the Akashic were coming from.
Did he? Take your wounded back to the inn. Martha will see you're looked after. We'll join you anon.
Now, looks like I need to go rescue Wade, maybe?
And to think you took them for thieves. A fine reward for holding off the horde, that is.
When did Wade and his men arrive?
Not long after Rosalith fell. The Guardians asked me to shelter some of them that had lost their homes. They were making ready to leave just as the skies turned, and we agreed it was best we stuck together.
Martha! Trouble! The scouting party's almost at the lift, but they got a pack of Akashic snapping at their heels! And they got wounded with them! They're not gonna make it!
Damn it all.
Oh, we've got this.
You look after everyone here. If any can still fight, send them to the lift.
I will. You two be safe now.
Mad dogs. The lot of them.
Time to go wreck some monsters.
Squire, I need you to get those who can still walk up the lift to Martha's. But what about... I didn't ask, Oscar. Sir.
Sir Wade.
Lord Rossfield. If you aren't a sight for sore eyes.
Martha seemed to think you might need some help. And by the looks of it...
We thought we could sneak by them. But we didn't know there would be so many. How could we have?
Behind you!
Oh, great, a fucking Titan Toys.
We need to get the injured to safety.
Do you think we can hold them off?
We can certainly try. Are you with us, Sir Wade?
Always.
Then let's do our duty.
Nice try.
Let them come. Let them come. I fought tougher and won.
Is anyone hurt?
I don't think so.
And yet again, you've pulled me from the flames. It's just a pity I keep walking into them.
You've never been one to shy away from danger, Sir Wade. Like any shield worthy of the name.
I see you're all in one piece.
Martha!
Is something wrong?
The lookout saw smoke coming from down Eastpool way. Too thick to be a hearth.
A second horde.
Feel like finishing the job.
Always.
Jill and I will make for Eastpool. You'll need to move the injured without us.
Don't you worry about them.
The moment my men are safe, I'll follow. Good luck.
Jumping physics don't seem to work right, but that's fine.
Just patch me up as quick as you can and get me back out there.
Time to go whoop some ass. Oh look, Akashic goblins and whatever the hell the rest of that shit is.
You have to slow them down. Martha and the others won't be ready.
This one. This one. Sick of this
An Akashic chocobo. And that took care of that. Until this. Holy shit.
Apologies,
It's kind of never ending.
Did I miss anything?
Only the first round, Sir Wade. Shall we?
Nice, right into a flame charge off the stagger. Flame charge into draconic flame. Oh, that is going to be some damage. Ooh, that was some good damage, ladies and gentlemen. Kind of liking this ability mix.
Do you see any more?
No. I think that was the last of them.
But it won't be long before the next lot arrive.
Then we make for Martha's while we can.
What did you find out there?
The same as Sir Wade. Scores of Akashic.
Well, wherever they came from, they're gone now. Our lookouts say the lowlands are clear. Hopefully we'll have enough time to lick our wounds.
How many of your men were injured?
A damn sight less than if you hadn't turned up. Thank you.
It was a hard-fought victory. But as long as the skies remain dark, I fear the Akashic's numbers are only going to rise. It's not a matter of if the Horde will be back, but when. And whether that's sooner or later, we'll need to be ready. The inn here affords a good view of the land, and is easily defendable. I'd like to make this one of our outposts.
What do you say, Martha? You'd have more men to guard the rest.
Well, when you put it like that, they can stay.
Good lady, that one. That's a cool little collectible.
My lord, there's someone I'd like you to meet. Oscar, over here.
It is an honor to make your acquaintance, Lord Rosfield. I am Oscar. Oscar of House Murdoch.
Murdoch? I wasn't aware the Lord Commander had children.
Oh, he didn't. But his brother, my father, did. I am Sir Rodney's nephew.
Well, go on then. It's not for me to ask him.
Yes, Sir Wade. If it please you, my Lord Marquis, might you take me as your squire? I would learn the duties of a shield from the finest.
I'm sorry to disappoint you, Oscar, but I'm a shield no longer. Nor was I ever the finest. And spending time in the company of an outlaw hardly seems a fitting education for one aspiring to take his oaths.
My Aunt Hannah once told me that a man is not defined by his title, but what he does in its name. You have accomplished much since taking on the mantle of Cid, winning no little honor in so doing. And I would sooner serve under an honorable outlaw than an unworthy sheep. Not that Sir Wade and the other guardians are. I mean to say that...
Foot-mouth disease, folks. Foot-mouth disease.
Right. We know what you mean. There is only so much the boy can learn from me, my lord.
But a squire...
Would that really be so bad? You were a squire once. And I'm certain Sir Rodney would approve.
Know that I'll show you as much leniency as your uncle showed me.
I would not have it any other way.
So, I picked up a squire.
Down, Lord Rosfield. You or my uncle.
That's interesting, considering how the game's been going.
And not just for the ale. I'll have one of my men escort Oscar to Benimir once he's said his farewells.
Ah. New stuff to buy.
Anything catch your eye? That all, is it?
Now on down to Dullamil, I think is how they pronounce it, to come handle business here. There it is. Just who I figured they'd want me to talk to.
Cid, your new companion appears much more formidable than your uncle. Should I be worried?
You haven't been introduced.
Jill, Clive has told me much about you.
All lies, I'm sure.
He said that Dalamil has a bandit problem.
Indeed. Although, you're a little late. They left with our food and guild days ago.
Any idea where they went?
The desert's a big place. Your guess is as good as mine. But the fact is, I have more immediate concerns.
What did you say to me? What did you say?
Ah, as if by magic. Let's just say we've yet to reach a consensus about how to solve Dalimil's little problem. And at this rate, it won't be the actions of the bandits which prove to be our undoing. It will be our own. I've tried reasoning with the dissenting parties, but even the Desert Hare has limits.
Perhaps we could talk to them.
What makes you think they'll listen to us?
What makes you think they won't?
Which makes a fair point, Sid. And you won't have wasted much of your precious time if you fail. They're just across the courtyard.
Well, this should be interesting.
Suppose we just follow the shouting.
You wouldn't talk like that if it had been your men whose throats were slit. Blood for blood, it's the only way. We hire mercenaries and have them mount the bandits' heads on our walls as a lesson to the rest.
And what happens when those mercenaries are slaughtered like your men? Are you going to hire more? We're better off using that coin to buy food and supplies. If we hire mercenaries, the only thing we're buying is the bandits' ire. And you cannot fill empty bellies with that. Do you hear me?
But what happens when they come back? Maybe it'll be your throat that's slit.
That's enough. Both of you. Any more of this and I'll throw you out myself. Come back when you're ready to talk like adults.
Victor. What's he doing here?
Hello, Victor.
Sid. And Lady Jill. What brings you here?
I was about to ask you the same thing.
Costness is in chaos, and the markets have all but ceased to operate. The Briar's Kiss here in Dalimil is the only place I can reliably obtain supplies. I was here to do just that when Master Lubor told me of his troubles. He thought I might be able to talk some sense into these fools. But if you're here, I suppose his patience must be waning.
Who are those people?
Those were the thorns in Lubor's side. And the reason this place might be headed the same way as Costness. It's these accursed skies. The darkness is enough to drive a man to madness. Or an entire city, for that matter.
We're still working on the skies. But in the meantime, perhaps we can find a solution to Dalimil's problems.
I hope so. For all our sakes.
Damn it, fucking internet. Give me a minute, folks. It's probably not even the internet. It's probably just my laptop's a piece of shit.
So, you see my predicament?
What I saw was a room full of people who were angry and afraid. And with good reason by the sound of it. But if left to smolder, that anger and fear could set the entire town alight.
My thoughts exactly. What to do? Both sides wish to protect their homes and livelihoods, if only they could agree on how. But as long as they are divided, we are vulnerable.
And if there's one thing bandits like, it's an easy target.
What would Sid the Outlaw suggest?
Well, if it were my namesake, he'd let them choose for themselves, and be on hand to pick up the pieces when it all went wrong.
That sounds like a recipe for disaster.
A recipe for disaster is precisely what it is. But perhaps that realization would be enough to make them question the ingredients. While it's plain neither Conrad nor Natalie will
Football's in the
countenance
chat,
other's
folks.
proposal, it may still
Yo, Raquel! Oh my lord. Look what the motherfucking cat dragged in.
third option.
And that would be?
The fuck are you up to?
And save the city ourselves.
And Danny boys come on by.
When all that fear and anger can be directed at the bandits.
It appears we have a plan of action.
Holy shit, Pookie Entertainment too?
Victor, pay Conrad a visit. See if you can't convince him of his folly. I'll speak with Natalie.
As you wish.
And Ruffalo Games.
That may prove useful. Don't worry, Victor and I will do most of the talking. You need only play along.
Play along?
What he means to say is yes.
And Elwood, welcome back in. In case you didn't see me say it earlier, sir, I apologize that I missed the bit that you generously donated to me the other day. I ended up having to go in and look at my stuff. Fine. No big problem. Happens every now and then. Fucking Twitch being Twitch.
If I had my pickaxe, I would...
I mean, it may still be possible to buy something. Ah, here he is now. Natalie, allow me to introduce Lord Underhill of Randalar's prestigious League of Merchants.
Lord Underhill. At your service.
Underhill?
I was just telling the good lady of our conversation, my lord, and how you were lamenting the state of the capital's stores.
Lubor says that not only are the granaries almost empty, but that war and the Blight mean this season's harvest won't be enough to fill them for winter.
Indeed, certainly that is the case. The nobles in the capital are buying up the city's stocks of barley and wine, driving the prices higher than most commoners can afford. It is only a matter of time before the peasants revolt.
It is worse than I thought. If what Lord Underhill says is true, I fear we have little hope of supplementing our stores meager though they regrettably are. And while I applaud your endeavors to dissuade our more bellicose citizens from seeking vengeance, I sense Conrad is not wrong in his assessment of the bandits' likely return. Which means that now, more than ever, we will need to secure what little we still have. Food, weapons, herbs, everything. If our humble town is to endure not only this hardship, but those that are certain to follow, we must stand united.
All right. If it will help to protect my home, I'll do it. But you needn't have gone through this charade.
Thank you, Clive. Your performance was nothing if not workmanlike.
She saw right through it.
I didn't say it was good, merely that it produced the desired effect. Now, my scouts should be returning shortly. Meet me back at the Briar's Kiss, and we shall see what we face.
It appears I have no choice but to do what little I can to defend what little we have.
Mummy?
Alright, time to come over here, handle this part of this.
I'm ruined.
Picture it, Conrad. Your own city guard. With you as captain.
Why, more supplies? We might as well scatter seeds near a rat's nest. They're the problem, and only steel will solve it.
Here she is. The Lady of the Spear herself. Conrad, may I introduce you to Jane, commander of the Red Wings, the oldest mercenary guild in the Free Cities.
A pleasure, my lady.
The pleasure is all mine.
As I told you, I summoned the commander here from Canver to inquire about a contract.
Victor says you told him no. That there aren't any men left to hire. Is that true?
True as the crystals cracked. Nobles came and claimed every last one worth his salt. And not just from us Red Wings. You know of the 7 high houses.
You know,
There must be 2
calling a group of people Red Wings has a couple of meanings.
you're looking for.
I'm not going to go into all of them. Let's just say the meanings are there.
Finest cannot defend this town better than a gaggle of unblooded striplings? That a band of beardless youths could better avenge the deaths of your brave men than you yourselves?
Absolutely not. We'll show those bastards who they're dealing with.
I can't believe that actually worked.
Conrad's not what you called the brightest candle in the crypt. And there's a reason why I had you do the talking and not Sid. Well played, my lady.
I'm not convinced our roles in this ruse were entirely necessary.
I don't know. Conrad seemed quite taken with you.
Good news, Sid. Both Conrad and Natalie have somewhat gracefully accepted their new roles. With time, they may even learn to.
Time no longer appears to be the luxury it was before lunch.
I take it your scouts found the bandits.
Technically, it would be the bandits who found my scouts. It appears they march for Dalimil as we speak. All of them.
You're not serious.
Time to go wreck somebody's day.
They want the whole damn town.
I have a favor to ask. I'm told the bandits march in 2 groups, one from the south and one from the desert, in a move doubtless intended to stretch our already gossamer-thin defenses.
Very well.
Jill and I will meet those from the desert. But what of the rest?
The rest, my friend, the city shall fight. Together. The stakes, I concede, are high. But if this does not unite Dalimil, nothing will.
That is a lot of faith to put into those who had their hands around each other's throats but a moment ago.
Then it will be for us to see that their hands are kept occupied. And I do mean us.
I thought you might say that.
We'll hold them off for as long as we can.
And we will do the same.
Like I said, time to go wreck somebody's fucking day. This should be fun. Hey, assholes.
I'll take that one.
They mean to overwhelm us. So.
Whoa, what the hell? Right to the flame charge, I love it.
The townspeople. Could they have held out?
I don't hear any fighting. What do you think?
That we should hurry.
Natalie, I owe you an apology. You did well out there. The inn would have been lost had you not held the line.
Without you, there would have been no line to hold. You saved us, Conrad. You saved Dalimil.
We all saved Dalimil.
Conrad seems to have had a change of heart.
I'd say they both have.
I take it from your presence that our visitors from the desert won't be joining us either. Pity.
The plan worked, Sid. Granted, it only took an army of bloodthirsty bandits at our gate.
Come now, Victor. Why quibble over the details? We are united, and that is all that matters. As for you, Sid, you fight considerably better than you act.
I'll take that as a compliment.
That was relatively easy. Not gonna lie.
Our friends seem to have things under control. For now, at least. Let's go and put Otto's mind at rest.
So, the bandits maybe. Look what they've left us.
Mummy, are the bad men going to come back?
The gentlemen of the town guard are strapped up.
Oh, they'll try to come back. Question is can or rather will the town remain united? In order to hold them back.
Anything else I can take off your hands? Thank you kindly. Go with Gilbert.
All right. Handles those particular issues.
Tell me you saw that.
I wasn't expecting you back so soon. Here's everything we've received and everything promised. Come again. I may have more for you.
Was wondering when you'd turn up. Hellos from all our friends thanking you for your timely intervention. How is it you always manage to arrive at just the right moment?
Luck, I suppose. Any word on the rest of the realm?
Let's see. Storm's still crying out for Mother Crystals. The nation's still in chaos. And the skies are still the colour of a kick in the kidneys 2 days on. So...
Right.
Clive, we knew this was going to happen. Well, not the bleeding skies part, but you take my point. Now's not the time to second-guess yourself. Now's the time to visit the infirmary. Talia says your brother's awake.
Thank you, Otto.
So it was not Sylvester, but Olivier who served as Ultima's puppet. And when Dion learned of this, he sought to slay the fiend. Only for his father to take the spear that would have freed him. Enough to drive a man to madness.
Small wonder he hasn't stirred. I would be afraid to wake.
Had I but reached out to him sooner, warned him of the threat Ultima posed. But now, both an empire and her prince lie broken.
Joshua, what do you know of Ultima?
Very little, I'm afraid. Despite my best efforts. 18 years ago, as I lay buried beneath the rubble of Phoenix Gate, it was not death who came for me, but another. And it was while in my rescuer's care, I first heard of Ultima, I've been chasing his shadow ever since. Ultima is driven by some deep, dark purpose, and for whatever reason, it would seem you are crucial to his designs. He will stop at nothing to have you, even if that means toppling an empire.
But why me? What possible use could I be to such a creature?
That is one of many answers that have eluded me. Yet, I am certain of this. It is not mere chance. You were chosen for a reason. All dominants carry within them the might of an icon. Nigh limitless power that is at once acutely limited. I wield fire, and only fire.
And I only ice. 8 wardens for 8 elements. But you, Clive.
You are different. You're special. Your abilities begin with the flames of Ifrit. But they do not end there. The fact Ifrit can even exist goes against everything we thought we knew of dominance. Perhaps Ultima has been waiting for one such as you, whose potential is truly limitless.
I've encountered that thing several times now. If it or he, as you say, needs me, why hasn't he claimed me as he did the boy?
Were I to hazard a guess, I'd say the two of you are somehow incompatible. His mind not properly attuned to your body.
His mind?
Mind, awareness, spirit, call it what you wish. But I believe Ultima to be an embodiment of the concept. It is why I struggle and fail to contain him here inside me.
Sorry, inside you?
With every setting sun, I feel my strength wane. And though the Phoenix's flames mend the prison I have made for Ultima, they do so at a cost. We must find a means to bring an end to him before I meet my own.
What were you thinking?
It was that or let him take Clive. And I've always had a soft spot for my brother.
That doesn't mean you should sacrifice yourself to save me.
Joshua. Clive, it's Gav. There's an army of Akashic at the gates of Canberra.
Alright, sounds like there's some Akashic who need their days wrecked.
Well, what's the short of it?
I thought Tyre told you. The capital of the Free Cities is under siege by an army of monstrosities. The city guard are doing their best to stem the tide, but numbers ain't on their side.
What of Lord Byron and Mid? Were they able to escape?
No, but they're all right for now. They're hiding with Gav at midship.
We have to get them out of there.
That was a good little sailing pun.
Otto,
Midship,
Aristolas.
mids
Tell Gav
ship.
to stay exactly where he is.
Understood.
Vivian, what's the swiftest route to the Free Cities?
That sounds like a question for the man. Look here. This road, through Tabor, should provide the least trouble.
Good.
What a coincidence. Tabor is exactly where I'm bound.
Joshua, bed is where you should be bound.
You don't think I told him the exact same thing?
Was I not such a talented healer, I would surely have been inclined to agree. But, thanks to her ministrations, I feel I may safely rejoin my attendant, who was to wait for me in Tabor if we became separated.
All right, we travel together.
Clive.
If he stays close to me, he'll be fine.
Thank you, brother.
We'll look after him.
Come on, Jill.
You know how I feel about this, but your brother's stubbornness knows no bounds. I'm starting to think it runs in the family.
What will it be today?
I mean, she's not wrong.
One must understand one's place in the world. Very good.
Oh, good. New hunts. I like that. Well, a new hunt. That's just a C rank. Not particularly concerned with the C rank hunt. At least in terms of getting it done. Nah, I like that look on him better.
Seems the hideaway is
Blasted book.
You put me in this situation, Clive. You can bloody well get me out of it. I need a hand with a recipe.
Are you sure it's me you're looking for? I'm not much of a cook.
I'm all the cook will be needing, thank you very much. What I want from you is a little of your time, right? Oh, and perhaps your sword. You remember Ivan's stew, right? Well, despite the look of the thing, and that awful stench, people wolf it down. So I thought I'd try making one of these supposed masterpieces myself. Had a peek at the book and gave it a go, but, well...
It wasn't as straightforward as you'd hoped. Ivan had the same problem.
Yeah, but this is my blooming kitchen, and I will not be outdone. So if you don't want to be seen as playing favorites, I suggest you lend me a hand.
Yes, ma'am.
I've never been one to play favorites, Molly. And I would be only too happy to lend you a hand. So, what's on the menu this time?
A fried mortress of skyworm. That's one heck of a name, innit? Recipe seemed easy enough to an old hand like myself. Thought I'd followed it to a T. Only, turns out skyworm livers and drake's mint are not what I thought they were. At least I hope they're not, given the rancid mess they made.
Ivan said the recipes in the culinary pilgrimage date back centuries. Who's to say the ingredients even exist anymore?
Wow. That's a question for a scholar, wouldn't you say? Perhaps you know of one? Kindly old fella who haunts the shelves, maybe?
Fine. I'll go and speak to Harpocrates. Perhaps he'll know something. And if he does, I'll see if I can find your ingredients for you.
You do that. Lest we forget, you've got a reputation to uphold.
Well, this should be interesting. Lady Karen.
What do I owe the honor?
Blackthorn the blacksmith.
Same for India. Anything else?
Did you see the pair that got hauled into tires?
Rather flowery language.
Wasn't that the name of my uncle's manservant? Where would he be at Martha's Rest?
Seems the hideaway's lost its appetite.
Is a storm coming, Sid? Will there be thunder?
Sid, perhaps you can help me solve a mystery.
I can certainly try. Who's gone missing this time?
It's not who, but what. Mid's scales, the ones she made for her workshop. I borrowed them to teach the little ones about weight, and shortly after the lesson, well, they vanished. My first thought was that they'd taken them off somewhere to play, but when I asked, they swore they had nothing to do with their having disappeared. Which almost certainly means they had everything to do with it.
Perhaps a visit from Sid will jog their memories.
I think it just might. Thank you. I don't like to imagine that my pupils would lie to me. But if they have, I'll have no choice but to discipline them accordingly. They were in the atrium when I last saw them, as always.
Lawsman Harpocrates. I've come to pick your brain if you don't mind. It's about the book you lent Ivan.
Ah, Valisthea, A Culinary Pilgrimage, a classic. One of my favorites, in fact. The young man did a wonderful job with the Chance's stew. I do hope we shall be able to sample more such marvels in due course.
That's actually why I'm here. I don't suppose you know where I might find skyworm livers and drake's mint.
Ah, so the fabled Sanbrequois delicacy is next on the menu. Delightful. The descriptions of fried mortress never fail to make my mouth water. Now, skyworm is a somewhat antiquated name for the wyvern, their ground livers being the paste from which the mortress is made.
Dragon livers.
That sounds nasty.
One would have thought the disciples of Bahamut would have a touch more reverence for their icon's brethren, but apparently not. I believe the specific dragon the recipe demands is the blueback wyvern, said to be the very color of the sea beside which it resides.
So we know where to look for our liver. But what about the drake's mint?
Saint's bonnet in contemporary parlance, a herb which grows along the North Reach coast. I gather that one can locate the cheerful yellow flowers by their heady scent alone, so I'm sure you'll have no trouble finding them. I may add that people once believed game was best served with the flora that sustained it in life, in which regard fried mortress of skyworm is undoubtedly a typical dish of the time.
Meaning that if I find one, I find the other. To Northreach, then.
Best of luck, Clive. And do save me a bite once the dish is complete.
Sid, did you know that chocobos are far more resilient to the effects of ether than most other beasts? Some say that's one of the reasons they were tamed for use as mounts and sumpters, so that an ether flood wouldn't mean instant death for their riders or drivers. Me, I reckon they built it up over generations. Too many foolish traders driving their birds into floods, and only the toughest surviving.
That was certainly some quite flowery language.
Is a storm coming, Sid?
Alright, my path leads this way.
What am I gonna do? But no more.
Is everything all right, Goetz? You seem more discomposed than usual.
Oh, I don't know what that means, but I'm in a bit of a muddle. Oh, I think Nan might be in trouble, and she's...
It's all right. You can tell me.
There was a trader came by. One of our usuals, like. Said he'd heard some rotten rumors about her down Dalimil Way. Folk are saying she's been selling to bandits and cutthroats and that. I mean, she's fond of a chance to make a coin or two, aye, but she'd never do business with baddies. Especially not the kind who go hurting people who haven't done out. I wanted to ask her about it myself, but I'm scared she'll give us a tongue lashing. She'd never give your tongue a lashing, though, would she?
Don't worry. I'll speak to her.
Oh, thanks, Clive. You'll let me know what she says, won't you?
Of course. I'm sure it's all just a misunderstanding.
All right. Let's have a look at the map, shall we? Ah.
I heard the Emperor was impaled on his own son's spear.
Never. Dion the Bold. Kinslayer.
Well, I mean, technically Dion's spear... Well, the spear Dion wielded did impale the Emperor. But... that wasn't the initial target.
You'll get us all straight. I'm telling you, I can fix them.
Cid!
Out of your studies, I see. And what is that? It's not a set of scales, is it?
No. Of course it isn't.
Well, not anymore, it's not.
Just how long hasn't it been one?
We're sorry.
But we didn't break them. We dismembered them.
Just like Miss Mididol showed us.
Miss Mididol? Why would she have you dismembering her creations?
Because that's the only way to become a ninja-neer.
Miss Mididol said, the best way to see how something worked is to take it apart and put it back together again.
Well then, your work is already half done. Carry on.
About that.
The taking apart was easy enough, but it's the putting back we can't work out.
Speak for yourself. The heavy thing goes at the bottom. Then...
Kids.
You three need to learn to take responsibility for your actions. So let's have a look at these parts with fresh eyes, shall we? All right. Everything here was once part of Miss Mididol's scales. Every piece has its own role to play, and each is just as important as the others. If even one of them is missing, the scales won't work. So let's think about what those roles might be. You already know one of the pieces. The body. Its role is to support everything else. But what of the others? This is called the arm. Why do you suppose that is? It doesn't look much like an arm.
You're right. It looks more like a wing. Like a chocobo wing!
You've ridden a chocobo before, haven't you, Cid? Will you teach me to ride one day?
I'll think about it. Now, what do arms do?
Hold things. So wait, maybe this arm holds things too?
Good thinking. You're on the right track. These round parts are called the pans. You all know what a pan is, don't you?
I do. Molly uses them in the kitchens to fry bangers. But these aren't for frying bangers, you idiot. They're for weighing stuff. But what if I wanted to weigh goods? I don't think he'd fit on that little thing.
Probably not.
What are the chains for? Holding the pans up?
Well spotted. Which means something must hold the chains up in turn. This tiny piece is what's called a cogwheel, or gear. Have you ever seen one before?
I have. Miss Minidole's dungeon is full of them. Most are on the floor.
She puts them in all her inventions. They spin round and round and round and round and...
That's right. They're very useful when you want to make things move. Do you remember if there was anything on the scales that moved?
I remember the arm moved when I tried weighing an apple. And then somebody ate it.
Not my fault. You shouldn't have tried weighing it before lunch.
We know what part's supposed to move and how it's supposed to move. So, let's put the pieces together first, see what doesn't move, and then stick the cogwheel to that.
Not a bad idea. You see? It's not so difficult. So, now that we've taken stock of the parts and learned what they do, what do you think?
I think we've got it.
Then here's what we'll do. You tell me what goes where, and I'll put the scales together.
Well, obviously you need to start with the body. All the other pieces fit onto it, don't they?
And the arms go on the body, just like real arms. Or wings, if you're a chocobo. And then the arms hold the pans by the chains.
Very good. Let's see if that works. There. All finished.
Yes! We did it!
Well, with Sid's help.
Oh, I just put the pieces together. It was you three engineers who showed me how.
That's right. We're Miss Minidole's heirs.
Her hairs?
Yeah, heirs for the future. She's showing us her secrets now, so we can help out the hideaway when we're older.
What do you think, Sid? Are we almost ready?
With a little more help from Miss Mididole and Miss Shirley, I'd say it won't be long at all.
You hear that? It won't be long.
Until then, though, do try to be honest with Miss Shirley.
Hey, look! We never used the cogwheel.
You don't think Sid forgot about it, do you?
That was a kind of a fun, cute scene.
Is a storm coming, Sid? Will there be...
Well, did you solve the mystery?
It was as you thought. The children had the scales, or the parts of them at least. They dismantled them to see how they worked.
Oh, no, Mid will have my head.
Thankfully she won't. This might even have been her idea. Although I was the one who ended up teaching the lesson.
I'm so sorry, Sid. I know how busy you are. I shall see that the children are properly punished.
There's no need. Mid seems to have taken the three of them under her wing. She's even calling them her heirs. She'd have them follow in her footsteps. And her father's.
I see. Sid, do you know why Mid has been spending so much time at the hideaway of late?
She told me it was because her studies have been interrupted by events in Canva. Is that not true?
No, it isn't. The university offered her a commission. In exchange for full tuition, room and board, they asked her to oversee the design of several new war engines. To anyone else it would be an opportunity, but to Mid, who lost both her parents to war. It was a bitter pill. One she was none too keen to swallow. But that should come as no surprise. She's only ever cared about bringing people hope. The very last thing war can be said to do.
Which explains her heirs. She's working to give them a better life. And so should I. What's the odd engineering lesson?
Oh, you've given them far more than that. And I'm sure they're very grateful.
That was cute. That was just a cute, fun quest. I enjoyed doing that one.
Lost its appetite.
Lady Karen. How's business?
Not nearly as foul as the weather.
You're doing good trade then? Both in and out of the hideaway?
Can't complain. Wait, what exactly are you getting at? Not once in 5 long years do you pay my affairs half a care. But here you are today, raking me over the coals like a bloody popoto.
Just asking. Out of interest. All right. I'm here because I was told that certain rumors have been circulating. About you selling weapons to brigands.
Oh, are ya? And who was it who knows me so well as to tell tales of my evil exploits?
I didn't exactly hear firsthand. All I know is that someone in Dalimil has been spreading word to that effect.
And what? You believe it? You think I'm profiting off the blood of innocents, do you? Look, I've done things I'm not proud of. Might be there were a time when I turned a blind eye to the wretchedness of the world so I could line my pocket. But that woman is no more. And you'd know that if you'd ever paid the slightest bit of notice.
You're right, Lady Karen. I apologize. It was wrong of me to doubt you.
No, it was. Now, I reckon you've got better things to do than pointing your do-gooding finger at a poor old woman.
Of course. Good day.
Well, that's like is not to put a wee strain on my relationship with Lady Karen.
I spoke with Lady Karen.
What did she say?
That the rumors were unfounded, and that I was a fool for thinking they might hold any truth, along with some other things that made her feelings clear. And while it sounds like she may have done things she regretted in her past, she says those days are behind her.
Oh, well, that's good. I knew Nan wasn't caught up in out bad. But why would people say she was? What did she ever do to them? It's not right.
No, it's not. But people do things for all sorts of reasons. Perhaps we'll never know.
Well, I'm going to find out. That trader, he said they were all talking about her in Dalimil. So that's where I'm going. I'll find someone who'll tell me, you'll see.
Are you sure that's wise? Whoever's spreading these rumors means Karen ill.
Oh, right. But that's why you'll be coming with me, isn't it, Clive?
I suppose it is.
Alright. Seems I cannot go anywhere except to here. I get to pick up these wonderful little side quests. One, easy enough to do. And then I get stuck being forced to go.
It's like a dream. The four of us out walking like we used to.
Enjoying this, are you? Gav and the others could be in danger as we speak.
You're right. I'm sorry. Yote is a fine scout. If Campbell was attacked, she will already have begun gathering information.
Tabor isn't far. We should pick up the pace.
We can use the ruins to cross the ravine.
Assuming they will allow it, the Echoes have a will of their own.
Oh, Danger Floop wanted a belly scratch. What the hell else is attacking me? The fuck? This place is going to be interesting to figure out how to get through it. There we go. At least I got a flame charge out of it. Hoping for the dragon's breath thing. Nothing I could do with enemies down below.
Tell us about Yote, Joshua.
She's strong-willed, loyal, and deadly with a blade. Much like Clive, but with better manners.
Yeah, this joint's not gonna be easy to traverse.
I do. Where are you off to now, then? Bound for the Free Cities, perhaps? Oh, no need to say if you'd rather not. We all have our reasons. I ain't exactly feeling like sharing with strangers myself at the mo. Truth be told, I could do with a bit of inspiration. Don't know which way to turn no more. Was doing a roaring trade back in Oriflamme. Right up until the poor Drake lost her noggin. So, thought I'd try me luck in the desert. And the Fang went the same way. And don't get me started on the mess in the bloomin' Dominion. Suppose I could try Camber next. But knowing my luck, the old place be crawling with the works before I'd even set out me stall. But as I always say, where there's crisis, there's opportunity. The opportunity to mint Gil, that is. So, where to next? Is there any money to be made in Ash? Do orcs even carry Gil?
Alright, I need to use the restroom and grab some coffee, so I'll be back shortly. Y'all just hang tight. We'll continue on with this, trying to find my way through this kind of sort of a maze. Okay. My bladder is lighter. And now I'm working to figure my way through this fucking joint. Well, I have the ability to travel. Excellent. Finally going to be able to get to this.
You're injured. What happened here? Where are your comrades?
Ether flood up ahead. It swallowed our camp while we slept. My own men did this. Turned every last one of them. There's a village not far from here. Tabor. The people were kind to us. It's only a matter of time before they won't stand a chance. We can't let those monsters reach the...
I'll go. You catch your breath.
Thank you. Our encampment is up ahead. Just off the track. They must not reach Tabor. Forgive me, Lord Kupka.
Rest well,
Even in death, Kupka's soldiers seem to remain annoyingly loyal. That's a problem. More of a problem they figure out I killed him.
Let's hope the Akashic is still there.
Another ether flood. They're everywhere now.
We can't go around it.
Then we'll just have to be careful.
Right. Got here in time.
Well, that set of abilities is kind of broken when used together, honestly. It really is.
Someone there! Please, I can't move my leg!
That doesn't sound like an Akashic. With the battalion?
I am. I heard the fighting. Are the others?
Taken care of. One of your brothers in arms told me what happened and asked for help.
Another survivor? Where is he? Tell me.
His wounds were too deep.
He was right to send you. Those things you slew are no longer my brothers. Tabor is safe thanks to you. Here, you've earned it.
Well, that got handled. Excellent.
You seem familiar. Have we met?
You must have me confused with someone else.
That scar. Son of a whore. You're Cid. I was there in Cosnes when you killed my brothers. I was there in Rosalith when you killed my commander.
My war with Hugo Kupka is over. I bear no ill will toward those who followed him.
What of my ill will? Coward! Draw your steel. Lord Kupka shall be avenged!
When your wounds have healed and your head has cooled, come and find me if you must. Though I hazard your life would be better spent in service of those who need it. Or have you forgotten your oath to the Republic?
My oath? What would you know of oaths?
I know how hard they are to keep. Which is why I'm giving you the chance to keep yours.
No. I won't be deceived. Lord Kupka told us of your crimes. You are an outlaw. A murderer, not some...
Man. Like you or anyone else.
I am nothing like you. But if you're not gonna kill me, then go. Leave! Just know that I will find you, Cid. Someday.
You know, dude, you're welcome to try. I can't say you'll be entirely successful. But you're welcome to make the effort.
Look what they've left us.
It shouldn't be too hard to find goods.
Are the bad men going to come back?
The gentlemen of the town guard are strapped up.
Could be I know something more.
Clive, listen! I found someone who says he's heard the rumors about Nan.
Have you?
Go on. Tell him what you told me.
All right. It's like I said. A wizened old crone by the name of Karen's been selling steel to whoever will pay her price, be they knight or knave. Says the more swords and spears she puts in people's hands, the more war they'll wage. And the more war being waged, the more call for swords and spears. And who will they all turn to keep them in steel? Why, the good Reaper herself.
And you've seen this Reaper at work?
Aye, it just so happens I have. You'll find her right here plying her trade most days.
Here in Dalamil? Where exactly?
She has a stall here in the market, but if you're not the patient type, you can probably find her at her storehouse on the edge of town. But it'd be a bolder man than me that braved that particular nest of vipers. Feeling bold, traveler? I hope so, for your sake. Now, if that's all, I have places to be.
Sorry to have kept you.
Well, I have a feeling he's a deeper part of this than he lets on.
Nan's the Reaper, do you?
Not unless she's discovered the secret of how to be in two places at once.
Eh? What do you mean?
Lady Karen hasn't left the hideaway in weeks. So who has been running this store he spoke of?
Good question. I'll go and have a look.
And I'll visit this storehouse on the edge of town.
All right, but be careful, Clive.
You too, Goods.
I had a feeling that building was gonna end up coming up at some point. Seemed a little pointless to just put it there for background decoration.
What a mess.
You fought very bravely. The safety of the tower was at
Time to brave the Viper's Nest.
Just you, is it? Thought I might have laid it on a bit thick.
It was a fairly unconvincing tale. So, what now?
That's up to you. Die a slow death, or a quick one. Boys, he's all yours. But that sword is mine.
Leave now and we can pretend this didn't happen.
That is a really nice combination of abilities.
Oh, you've done it now.
Go on. Tell me what I've done.
When the Borgwyn finds out you've killed his men, he'll have your head. He only wanted that bull of a manservant, the dim one always clinging to Karen's skirts. You weren't even supposed to be here. Who the hell are you anyway?
What were you going to do to him?
The Borgwyn wanted him to get to Karen. I was only supposed to point the lamp in the right direction once he arrived in Dalamil. Then you turned up. Well, go on then. If you're going to end me, end me.
You're not worth the effort. Now be gone, before I change my mind.
Fucking coward!
I need to find
I'm the coward?
right now.
How the fuck am... I swear.
Get your filthy paws off me, you naughty-pated lout!
Stop calling me names! And stop spreading them horrible lies about Nan!
Well, that will be easy enough. For they are not lies. Every last word is true. And she must pay for her crimes in blood.
Lord!
Goose, are you all right?
He's gonna kill Nan! He said she had to pay in blood!
After what she did, it is only right. She ruined my life and the lives of countless others. That loathsome harpy's very existence is a crime, and I will not allow it to continue. Goots, was it? I have no quarrel with you. Only with your employer. Run along now. You need not pay for her sins.
No.
No?
I don't care what she did. I won't let you hurt Nan. Promise me you won't hurt her, or I'll kill you myself!
Goot, no.
Enough, all of you!
But how did you?
You're a sight less clever than you think you are, the pair of you. Did you think I wouldn't notice the two of you slinking off together? Well, the whole thing got me thinking, who in Dalimil might bear me a grudge? And a certain snivelling shit I ran afoul of in my fairy years came to mind. Though it was just Bogan back then, wasn't it? I thought the years might have taught you some sense, but I see you're the same pants-pissing craven you've always been. What was it we called you? Wet legs.
You bitch! Everything that happened, it was all your fault! And now you'll finally pay for what you did to me!
Goose, you...
If you want a piece of Nan, you'll have to go through me.
Fuck! You great galoot. Out of the way, I can handle this myself. So, wet legs. You remember what you told me when we last met? An eye for an eye. Wise words, that. Wise words. And now, it's time to collect.
Old she might be, but I wouldn't fuck with that woman. Ever.
Sorry to keep you waiting.
Is he...
Dead? No. But I reckon he wishes he was. It's an easy going through life, one eye short of a pair. After all, I should know.
You don't mean...
Oh, don't tell me you didn't notice. Lost it to old Wet Legs back when we were working the same routes. Said I'd stolen from his strongbox. I'd done nothing of the sort, mind. But that didn't stop him taking his little revenge. So I took some of my own. Sorry, lost everything. His coin, his clients. Always knew he'd be back one day to claim his due. But he crossed a line dragging poor Goots into this. He didn't hurt you, did he?
No, Nan. Still got all my arms, see? Legs too. But what if he comes back again?
What if he does? First we take the other eye, then we work our way down. But something tells me the Wet Legs has learned it already. Right. Let's get you back to the hideaway. You've attracted quite enough attention already. Ta-ra, Clive.
Remind me never to cross you, Karen.
All right, let's come up here, take care of this. First, because I did have that malfunction the other day. best to save. But I've actually accomplished a fair bit of work here.
Arthur's got a big heart. It's a pity there's so many who are happy to take advantage of it.
The fates seem bent on driving me from my inn. But if they want me out, they're gonna have to try harder.
My lord Marquis, is that you? It is you. Then you received my letter. I am Sebastian Rutherford, chief steward of your lord uncle's estate.
Of course. We met once before.
Yes, my lord. Thank you for coming.
And what was so sensitive that you couldn't put it in writing?
1,000 apologies, my lord. I did not mean to offend. I merely...
I am here. Oh, Pop. That amuses me.
Uncle, tasked with learning what I am able of the realm's current state of affairs. And what I have learned is grim. The fall of the Mother Crystals has left Storm in a state of utter disarray. The subsequent darkening of the heavens has only made things worse. Akashic attacks, once unthinkable, are now commonplace. The gears of governance have ground to a halt, and without a steady hand on the tiller, the realm threatens to drift into utter chaos. Your lord uncle, however, believes there is a way to avoid this fate, and is determined to see it set in motion.
That sounds like quite the undertaking.
It is. Hence my having enlisted the aid of several colleagues serving the Seven High
What would
Houses.
have you in a funk there?
Alas, I have lost contact with 2 of those colleagues already. They are both able-bodied and trained in the sword, yet in these dark times, even that may not prove sufficient to keep a man safe on the road.
So you want me to find them? I'll need to know where they went.
One I sent to investigate the Republic, the other the old Imperial capital of Oriflamme.
That doesn't exactly narrow it down. I suppose I'll start in Dalamil and work my way east.
Thank you, my lord. I shall pray for your success and safety.
Back to Dalamil.
It's not going to be easy finding one man in an entire republic. Let's hope someone here's seen something.
Mummy, are the bad men going to come back?
The gentlemen of the town guard was wrapped.
Someone's got himself in trouble.
I don't see your master here, so you can start by giving us all the coppers in your purse.
I already told you, I have nothing.
And maybe we'll take that pretty outfit and the steel you're wearing.
Please! These men are trying to rob me!
I'll deal with this.
Thank you.
You that one's master, then? If you kindly pay the coin you owes us, you can pretend you didn't draw your blade on Republican soldiers.
Or you can go back to your garrison and I won't report you to your captain.
Oh, you're more than welcome to. He hasn't had many visitors since we slit his throat.
And that, as they say, was that. Okay.
I'd expect as much from Hugo's face.
What precisely was the entirety of that particular situation?
Much has changed in the Republican army since they lost their rock.
You've seen this kind of thing before, then?
Many times. I was sent here to observe the situation.
You're one of Rutherford's men. He sent me to look for you.
Well, then you have my thanks. I fancy I could defend myself against one, perhaps two, but a whole regiment. I arrived in Dalimil several days ago, but when I called upon the captain of the local garrison to make inquiries, his men confiscated my effects and locked me in a cell.
The captain is no more, and his men make the rules now.
Fortunately, I was able to bribe my way free, only to be stopped again by those soldiers you so kindly dispatched.
What of the Fist Central Command? Surely they wouldn't allow such lawlessness amongst their ranks.
I would imagine they are unaware of it. Most of the army has fallen back to the capital and hunkered down behind her walls. Those who weren't recalled now rule the fringes unchecked, answering to no one but themselves.
And it's worse than we imagined. You should return to Rosaria. It's not safe here.
I'll find a caravan heading north. You won't mind if I borrow one of these soldiers' coin purses?
Not at all. Now, to find this second associate of Rutherford's. If he was bound for Oriflamme, I'll start at Northreach and see if I can pick up his trail. There's a lot of road between here and the capital. Rutherford's man could be anywhere. What happened here?
If you're with the others, they've already relieved me of my belongings.
I'm not. I'm looking for someone who was sent here by a man named Rutherford.
And then you found him. I am Alistair Rockford, attendant to the Lady Ariane of House Wellesley.
Of the 7 high houses of Rosaria. It's been a long time since last I saw my great-aunt. Is she well?
My Lord Marquis? Yes. Yes, she is. The Lady Dowager has granted me leave to assist your Uncle Stuart. I was on my way back from the old capital when I saw some villagers being robbed on the road here.
Bandits?
They looked more like field hands, but It didn't matter in the end. I did what I could to help the
Pokeballs
victims
out,
and
folks.
pummel to the temple.
Which way did they go?
South, toward the gate.
All right. I'll take care of them. Founder knows I've met enough of their kind. You head back to Northreach, visit the Vale, tell them I sent you.
Thank you. I shall. Founder be your shield.
Well, to be fair, and I'm not necessarily saying I agree or disagree with the guy, but to be fair, it's difficult at best now to separate real life from the internet.
Make for the town while you can. There may be more bandits nearby.
You don't need to tell me twice. Many thanks, traveler.
This looks to be all of them.
I thought I told you to make for the Vale.
And stand by as ill might befall the heir to the ducal throne.
It's just Clive, and I'm fine. Which is more than can be said for you.
I will survive.
Strange that the garrison wouldn't intervene in such a brazen attack so close to their gates.
The garrison have their hands full inside the city. Some days they don't even send out patrols. There are few hands left to work the fields, and even fewer to transport the grain. The market stalls are nearly bare, and the price for what remains is exorbitant. It's not uncommon to see a fight break out over a crust of bread. When I said the ones who attacked me didn't have the look of bandits, I meant it. They were probably just desperate.
Rockford, listen to me. If you are to continue your investigation, you first need to seek the attention of a healer.
Of course. I shall return to Northreach right away. But allow me to thank you first. Had you not happened along,
Don't thank me. Thank Rutherford. It was he who sent me.
I suppose he'll be wondering where I've got to. I shall send a Bastolus as soon as I need him.
Based on the little bit of context you're giving me, and it's simply your side of the story, I did see the entirety of the conversation, exactly how it went down, exactly what was said.
Told Rutherford that his colleagues are still in one piece.
It seems rather as if you were looking for a conflict to a degree. Seeking to prove whatever point you felt was salient at the time. Now, mind you, I don't say that to be an ass. It's simply observation. I'm also not saying the other guy was entirely in the right or the wrong. I'm not saying either one of you were. I'm just saying that appearance is that both of you were seeking to egg things on to a degree. Simple observation.
In the meadows, then.
Mokoti said I should be able to find what I'm looking for somewhere nearby. Bright blue dragons and bright yellow flowers. Should be easy enough to spot. This must be our wyvern. All right. Let's get this over with.
And he fall down, go splat.
That's the wyvern's liver. Now I just need to find the herbs. Bright yellow with a heady scent. I think that's everything Molly needs to resurrect her recipe. Better head back.
Okay, apparently got to come back here for something. Not sure why. Oh yeah, never mind. I gotta come back here and report to the steward of my character's uncle. That's what it is. That's right, because he's not at the hideaway. He's at Martha's Rest.
I see you're still here.
The Rest's location affords a constant flow of traders, and with it, a constant flow of information. Speaking of which, I received word from both my associates. They have resumed their investigations, thanks to you.
I only happened to be in the right place at the right time. They both seem to think the realm's prospects rather grim.
I am afraid that grim would be putting it lightly. Storm is in crisis, and if we are to free her, we must...
Unfortunately, in society as we know it today,
such is your Lord Uncle's wish.
It's
as it is mine.
So divided that attempts to give advice, however potentially well-intentioned, oftentimes are unsuccessful. But a lot of that is due primarily to the attitudes of the individuals involved in the attempt at the communication.
Word with Tomes then?
I did, and he was as helpful as ever. He told me exactly where to look, in fact.
I mean, I've
Will I be cooking up?
had conversations, if you could call them that,
A herb, known as Saint's Bonnet.
where I attempt to lay out actual facts of a situation.
At least it weren't actual worms, I suppose. Now then, you stay right where you are. I've got some cooking to do. Let's hope these grand old chefs are
With an
bored.
individual, and said individual refuses to see or comprehend that what I'm saying are actual facts, much less actually do the research on said individual's own part to verify them.
He as good as begged.
And rightly so. Is there any higher honor than partaking in a slice of culinary history?
And individuals of that particular stripe, as much as we could wish otherwise, are becoming more and more common on a daily basis.
For consumption then.
What witchery is this? The crackle of the crust gives way to an almost
Religion,
vile richness.
politics,
It is the piquant
race,
Saint's Bonnet
region.
claims this savage dish. It is
I mean, if there's a way to draw a line and be divisive about it, it seems that humanity is heading down that road at the moment.
I think he likes it.
Well, I can't quite tell with all that nonsense he's talking. But I reckon you might be right. It was decent then, I take it.
Decent. It's remarkable. And I defy any man to say a word to the contrary. Sid, might I suggest that you command a party of your finest men and women to procure a dozen blueback wyverns forthwith?
I'll give it some thought.
Now, one of the positions in which I find myself having conversations, or attempts at conversations at the very least, where people simply refuse to listen, is in the region of politics. Specifically with the MAGA cult morons. And you know, I don't say that as an insult. I say that as strictly a descriptor of these particular individuals, because we're talking about a group of people who live in this alternate reality created by their false hero, their false god, Trump, and Trump's enablers, who seek to remake the world real life in the image they hold in their minds as being reality.
Play the hero if it makes you happy.
And it's impossible to have an adult, mature, educated conversation with such morons. Because no matter what you say, no matter how much proof you provide that what they're saying is bullshit and wrong, they're never going to believe it. And it's not just going the one way. I mean, it goes the other way too. And religion is another hot button topic where these kind of things tend to make an impact.
I don't go thinking that'll do you any favours. A potion today'll cost you the same as it did yesterday.
With people who are hardcore specifically Christians and or Catholics, since honestly the two religions boil down to basically the same thing if you look at it from a historical standpoint, or even a well-researched standpoint. They both essentially come down to being the same fucking thing.
Fancy silk stained red.
It's difficult to have a conversation with them about their chosen faith when what that conversation on your end is about is educating them as to how said faith came to be, what's been involved with it, etc. Because they don't want to fucking hear it. And, you know, I understand that faith in something beyond oneself is a necessary thing for humanity. I get this. And I don't want to try to take faith away from any particular individual. I don't. But I also don't want individuals walking around trying to perpetuate a lie based on their faith and what they choose to believe. I want everybody to be able to have an equal opportunity to make a decision on such a subject that is based on the facts of the matter. Not on any, individual or group of individuals coming around saying, well, we believe this to be true, so it's true, and you should pick what we say. You know what I'm saying? Like, I want people to be educated on the subjects. Because when you're educated, you're capable of making educated decisions. When you're capable of making an educated decision, then you're capable of making choices that really, in the end, are best for you. This is one of a multitude of reasons why, during my weekly PSAs, one of the things I encourage individuals to do is to do their research. Because it's not my job to do your research for you. My job is to do my research for myself and to educate myself on subject matter which is of interest and or concern to me. That's my job. Now, if by doing so I can help to educate others, that's fantastic. It's a great side effect. but it's not part of my job for other people. And you can like it or hate it. I frankly don't give a shit. I don't. Make of that what you want. But my job at education ends realistically with myself. Your job with education ends realistically with yourself. The ability to have a conversation comes about when both parties involved are capable of educating themselves and then having a spirited yet mature conversation based on that education. It will not mean that one party is necessarily right, one party is necessarily wrong in every single case. Sometimes a party's right, sometimes a party's wrong. Sometimes both parties are right to a degree. Sometimes neither party is correct. It depends on what you're talking about and how you talk about it and how well educated on the subject you are. This is why on at least some things, I listen to people like John Oliver and Jon Stewart who have a habit of being fantastic at the job of educating themselves on a particular subject or subject matter, and then passing that education on to others and dumbing it down enough for a common layman to be able to understand the subjects being discussed. I mean, that takes a lot of work and a lot of effort, and I really appreciate their ability to do so.
Have you been to Tabor before?
There are a few places I haven't.
And I learned quite a bit from these types of individuals.
Welcome, travelers. We don't get many visitors here in Tabor.
Okay, so I have to go through Tabor to get to this location. It's down here. But we are in a world and a society today, especially here in the States,
Take a look at my wares.
where education of oneself is essentially seen
Of course.
as unnecessary,
Anything else?
apparently.
Of course.
We have a lot of people, at least here in the States, and it's my understanding that the U.S. isn't the only place to suffer from this trend.
It's a deal.
Though I can't speak to that on a personal level, as I don't know. But at least here in the U.S., we seem to suffer from a case of, well, there are other people out there who could do this for me, and so I'm going to have them do the educational bit, and then I'll just listen to whatever the hell they say. It's really just become a case of, I don't want to do the work for myself, so I'm going to have others do that work for me, and that'll be the end of it. And just whatever they say is what I'll believe in. There is a distinctive laziness in Americans, and perhaps to a lesser degree in humanity as a whole, for people to educate themselves in a proper fashion, to learn what they can on a subject.
My Lord Marquis, it is an honor.
And then be able to hold adult, mature
The Undying, charged with the protection of His Grace Joshua Rosfield,
conversations on a given subject.
It all makes sense now.
Would you care to elaborate?
And this is a problem with Americans specifically, and humanity, at least to some degree,
They have served our family
in general.
albeit from the shadows.
Since their inception, they have been tasked with the preservation and enactment of the rites of ancestral communion. After the events at Phoenix Gate, it was the Undying who delivered me to safety. And since the day I left Rosaria, Yote has been my constant companion and protector. Without her sword, I would not have survived my journey across the realm.
Rise, Lady Yote.
So,
You saved my brother. I owe you a debt I can never repay.
my encouragement
Did my duty.
Come now. Tell us what you've discovered.
Your Grace,
to anyone who listens to me,
the vessel we
either while I'm live
on the night of
or on my VODs,
it was the Einherjar. Beyond any doubt.
my encouragement to you is, before you start a conversation on any given subject,
What business would they have in the Dominion?
Upon learning
educate yourself as much as possible
I sensed the malign influence of Ulta.
on that subject. Do your fucking research.
We have reason to believe that the Black Galleon weighed anchor shortly after
A failure to do your research, a failure to properly educate oneself
Then it is Waludenites
on a subject you wish to discuss, especially one you wish to discuss in public forums,
One man's behest.
is a demonstration, in my mind at least, of an unwillingness
But are we truly safe here?
to make any real attempts at being
All the more reason for
not just educated, but being an adult and being mature.
Marquis
markets abandoned, warehouses aflame, blackened hulls choking every port in the capital. Canva is ruined.
The realm teeters on the brink of chaos, and all you can think about is commerce.
Now, I'm not saying you have to agree with me on this or disagree with me on my point of view. Everyone is welcome to believe as they wish. Now, not every belief held by every person or every single individual is going to be necessarily correct, per se.
You must forgive His Majesty this intrusion.
What is the meaning of this?
A trifle crowded,
But be that as it may,
but I fear it will have
I sincerely believe that an individual's inability and or unwillingness to do proper research on any given subject that they wish to discuss in either public or private or even semi-public forums demonstrates, at least to me, that that individual doesn't wish to be educated. They just want to run their fucking mouth. And they want to be right. Whether they are right or not doesn't matter. They believe they are, and so they're going to attempt to force others to believe that they are. This is why we get the kind of conspiracy theorism in today's society that we do. Because you have a bunch of fucking morons out there, and I'm not sorry to call them a moron. I'm going to call a spade, a peach, etc.
So you do not deny it.
Conspiracy theorists are a bunch of fucking moronic idiots who lack the moral fiber and the educational fiber, the mental fiber, to properly educate themselves on any given subject they seek to create a conspiracy theory about or to perpetuate a conspiracy theory about. And they just spout whatever the fuck they want because of that lack of research, that lack of education. And they expect, even demand, that anybody and everybody believes their load of bullshit. And even when what they say is proven to be not true, it's proven to be a lie, proven to be a load of horseshit, they just push it harder.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Because this is a group of moronic fucking idiots who cannot stand ever being wrong about anything.
Surely the prince's light cannot have sated you.
Like, that's just how it goes with that particular subgroup of humanity. This is a group of fucking idiots you'll never be able to properly educate. It won't matter how many sources you pull from or how often you prove what they say is wrong is wrong. They'll never believe they're wrong. You're going to run into those at least every so often, whether you want to or not. It is a subgroup of humanity which we have little choice but to try to deal with in the best manner we can. Personally, my opinion on the best way to deal with this group of fucking idiots is just to ignore them. Do not give them credence. Do not give them a forum. Do not give them the attention they desperately, desperately want. Just ignore them. They won't necessarily go the fuck away, but you also won't have to fucking deal with it.
It is old, ancient, even. Naught remains of the faith it represents, save what can be gleaned from the image itself.
No, Pop, that's not how that works. At least not entirely.
But I believe it may be the key.
A key aspect to who I am and why I am and what I am is this. I honestly don't give a fuck what anybody but me thinks of myself. I really fucking don't. I don't give a fuck if you like me. I don't give a fuck if you hate me. I don't give a fuck if you're neutral about me or anything in between. I don't fucking care. Because I know who I am. I know what I am. And I know why I am. Now, if you like me, that's great. If you're neutral with me, I mean, that's fine. I can handle it. If you don't like me, you can fuck right the fuck off.
I will be accompanying my...
Take a long fucking walk off a real short pier into the deep end. It's the way I see things. How I live my life, because I really just don't give a fuck. I'm too old to play the game of, well, this person has, you know, this opinion of me, and this part of that opinion is good, so I'm going to apply that, but ignore the rest. No, I just don't give a fuck. Too old for all that bullshit. I'm a motherfucking Gen Xer. I know what I am, who I am, and why I am. And I am perfectly okay with it. And nobody's opinion, good, bad, or neutral, influences that in any way, shape, or form on any fucking level. And this is something I make an attempt to teach people. Because people are far too often and far too much influenced by the opinions of others on themselves. When the only opinion of themselves that should ever fucking matter is their own opinion of themselves. If you allow another's opinion to influence your opinion of yourself, you're a fool. And I don't say that to be mean. Okay, so please understand where I'm coming from with this. I'm coming from a lifetime of hardship and toil, the like of which many Americans cannot imagine, much less would have been able to survive in anywhere near the degree of reasonability and maturity and emotional stability that I've gained through all of it. People think a hard life these days is your parents or elder siblings, when you step out of line in their eyes, saying, well, I'm taking your tablet or your devices or what the fuck ever for a period of time, and maybe I'm going to put you in a fucking timeout. That's not hardship. That's bullshit. Okay? That's just bullshit. That's not a real punishment, and it's a punishment that doesn't mean a fucking thing. No, I come from a generation that defined the word hardship in today's society. And we did so quite willingly. We had a great time doing it. I come from a generation who also defined the terms self-esteem and self-worth in many, many respects. Because that's all we had growing up. We didn't rely on others' opinions of ourselves to define our own opinion of ourselves. We may have allowed that to slightly influence, to one degree or another, our own opinions of ourselves. But we didn't allow it to properly define us. We didn't go around and go, well, this person likes me, this is why this person likes me, so I'm going to allow that to define and expand my opinion of myself. No. That is not how that worked with my generation. We went around and we spent the time and the effort to grow mentally and emotionally every moment of every day so that we could learn who and what we were and why we are. And we use that as the opinion by which we define ourselves. So, I want to encourage anyone who watches me, either live or on my VODs, I want to encourage every single one of you to do as we did when I was young. And as I do today. And that is this. Do not ever allow another's opinion to define your own opinion of yourself. Because if you do, it's just a lie. And you're just being a straight up fool. And again, I am not saying that to be mean or an asshole or anything along those lines. I am simply giving you a realistic look at how this should work for each and every individual out there. Never define your opinion of yourself by how others see you, what their opinions of you are. Never do that. No, I encourage you very strongly, I even beg each and every single one of you to be mature enough, mentally and emotionally, to define your opinion of yourself by yourself. And to live by the philosophy and the rule that the only opinion of yourself that will ever truly matter is your own, not anybody else's. And if other people like you, that's great, fantastic. That means that at least they possess a high potential to be very good friends for you, a solid circle for yourself. If they don't like you, they could take a long walk off a short pier and just fuck right off. If they're neutral with you, I mean, you have at least something that you can work with, and that's fine. But do not allow their opinions of you to influence your opinion of yourself. Never that. Never, ever that. Define your own opinion of yourself by yourself. All right? That's the way this should work. That's the way it works, at least as far as my life is concerned. Define your own opinion of yourself by yourself. Do not allow others' opinions of you to do the job for you. And it's the same when it comes to wanting to discuss any particular subject matter. All right? The same goes for wanting to discuss any particular subject at any time in any venue. Don't allow others necessarily to define what you think on that particular subject matter. First, educate yourself on that subject matter you wish to discuss in any particular venue, any particular format. Educate yourself on it first. Once you've educated yourself on that particular subject matter, and which allows you to form your own view on it, then you can discuss that with other people. And you'll discover quite a bit about yourselves and others by doing this. By first educating yourself on any particular subject you seek to have discussions about, and then having those discussions in a mature an emotionally stable fashion based on your own education, as well as whatever education another individual may have on that particular subject matter. But just going out and going, well, you know, this, and this, and then allowing another individual to form your entire viewpoint on it, it's just wrong. You need to form a viewpoint for yourself first by educating yourself. That's how it's supposed to go. That's why it's called education. It's because you go out there and you do the fucking work yourself to learn what that subject, you know, is all about, everything associated with it, etc. And then you come out and you have a mature discussion with other individuals on that subject matter. And you hope, of course, that those individuals will be capable themselves of having a mature discussion on that subject matter. You hope that that is the truth. It may or may not be. I cannot tell you, I cannot speak for every single person on the planet. But that would be the hope. Certainly. But if you want to talk about something with other people in any venue, you've got to first educate yourself about the subject. A failure to educate yourself about the subject will result in a failure to be able to discuss it properly in any given venue. That's just how that works, ladies and gentlemen. Like it or hate it, I don't give a fuck. That's how it works. And now, back to this. Yeah, if they're not mature about it, then, you know, don't talk about it with them. And, you know, don't underestimate your own abilities. You know, I thought like you did at one point. Because I was like you on this subject at one point. I allowed, when I was younger, because of the particular situation in which I grew up, I allowed everybody else's opinion of me to influence and define my own opinion of myself. I never thought that I would get anywhere remotely close to where I'm at today. I didn't. I sincerely did not believe I was capable of getting to the point today that I'm at right now. I really didn't. But it's effort, it's hard work, it's growth, it's learning. Always be open to learning and growing and maturing. It's all of these factors, some of which you can definitively define, and some of which are ephemeral, are indefinable. But if you put the work in, if you lean into it and you really put in the work, anybody can achieve whatever they seek to achieve. I sought to achieve a position in my life where others did not influence me in the way that they once did, where I influenced myself, specifically as regards my own self-esteem, my own self-esteem and self-worth. And that had to start with redefining how I defined my opinion of myself. Which meant I had to learn self-confidence. I had to learn self-esteem. I had to learn self-worth. And I had to learn it all the hard way. It wasn't an easy road. It took me a couple of decades to get to the point I'm at now. I spent like the first 20, 25 years of my life struggling just to learn that this was something that I needed to do, much less actually doing the work to get here, where I'm at now. So it won't be an easy road. It's never going to be an easy road to get to the kind of position that I'm in for anyone else. I'm going to tell you that right here, right now. But if you put that work in, the end result is more than worth it. If you're autistic, and I can't say you are or aren't, I mean, I know you through a computer screen. That's it. It's not a really good measure, realistically, of determining whether one is autistic or not. No offense. I'll take your word for it that you are. But yeah, that would be a great first step for you in terms of being able to redefine your own self-confidence, your own self-esteem, your own self-worth, and eventually be able to redefine your opinion of yourself and reach perhaps the position in life that I've managed to get to. But again, it's a difficult, long journey. I mean, one very old saying that most certainly applies to this particular discussion is that Rome wasn't built in a fucking day. And it wasn't. Absolutely fucking not. No, Rome took centuries to build. Realistically. It took like, what was it? I think somewhere around 100 to 200 years to build to where it was at by the time the Roman Empire fell. I mean, that's a long motherfucking time. And the same concept of Rome wasn't built in a day, what that means applies to improving oneself to the best of one's ability. It's not something that's just going to happen overnight. It's a lifelong educational process. It's an educational process that will take you, at best, years. At worst, you'll never quite get to where you want to go. You'll never fully get there. It's a risk. Not everybody succeeds at the task. And that is unfortunate. But again, Rome wasn't built in a day. So, if you're on a journey of self-improvement, keep that concept close to heart. Keep that saying close to heart. Because what it's telling you is that nothing worth doing, and here's another old saying. It was old even when I was a kid. Nothing worth doing, nothing worth accomplishing comes easily. And I would take that saying a step further by adding, or immediately. So nothing worth doing in life, nothing worth accomplishing in life for yourself comes easily or immediately. Rome wasn't built in a day. So if you're on a journey of self-discovery and self-improvement, remember these two things. These are our key core concepts to being successful on that journey of self-discovery and self-improvement. Remember, it won't happen overnight. It won't even happen necessarily in the first decade that you start down that road. And you will have a lot of times on this road where you're going to want to quit. There's no question of that. There will be many, many occasions where life will throw up roadblocks and everything else that will make you question yourself and why you're on the journey. Make you question whether you should give the journey up or not. You have to stay strong. It won't happen overnight. It won't even necessarily happen in the first decade that you go down the road. It's going to take years. Most likely it'll take at least a few decades. I'm not lying when I tell you it's a long fucking journey and it's never ending. Sure, you could get to the point in life where I'm at where you're perfectly comfortable with who you are, what you are, and why you are. I'm there. I've been there for a while now. Took me a long time. Took me probably 35 years to get to this point. And I'm 45 now. You know, that's a long, 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 long journey. That's 90% of my life plus at this point. Or close to it. I'm not a math guy. Don't fucking ask me to do math. But it just illustrates the point I'm making. Rome wasn't built in a day. Nothing worth doing, nothing worth achieving in your life will be done easily or will come immediately. So keep that in mind. Now, before we continue, because I'm really enjoying this game, I'm glad I chose to play this month. A lot of work has been done already, and more to come. I need to go to the bathroom really quick, and then grab some coffee. So bear with me. I'll be back as quickly as I can manage. bullshit. Excellent. All right. Now that the educational moment for the day is over,
opportunity beckons. Who among you is that blade for hire, perchance? Because I have a mind to make a killing.
Figuratively, I hope.
Well, yes and no. A passing caravan carried with it a rumor most fortuitous for one in my trade, that an elder Dread Evis had been sighted in the fields of Carava. Dread Evis are aggressive beasts. Compelled as they are to acts of violence, few survive to maturity, but those that do develop a hide of phenomenal...
Grandma Justin!
A hide you want to sell?
Eventually, yes. Though I would have it tanned first that it might be crafted into marvels the likes of which the world has never seen. Dread Evis skin is a rare thing indeed. But the worked hide of a well-aged beast... Now, that would fetch such...
And Granddaddy Lexi!
...might weep with envy. Bring me that beast's skin, and I will share with you the bounty of our combined labors.
And Mr. Justin himself. Y'all snuck in, didn't even say hello, motherfuckers? Just straight snuck into my chat, didn't say a fucking word. How rude. I'm so offended. You hurt my feelings, man.
When one lives in such troubled times, it is a fool who lets opportunity slip his grasp. Leave Tabor through the east gate, but take the path that branches west. Once you reach the checkpoint at Tovani, you are a mere stone's throw from the fields of Carava. I eagerly await your safe, and above all, triumphant return.
Alright, before I do this shit, I'm gonna finish this fucking hunt that I've been on.
Cyril. How fares the search?
Well, Your Grace, my report shall be with you ere long.
Ah, yes. Yotei is otherwise engaged, at my behest.
And the duty of wardenship?
Fulfilled. For as you see, I've been reunited with my first shield.
I am Cyril, Knight of the Undying and bearer of the Burning Quill, charged with chronicling the mortal deeds of His Grace, Joshua Rosfield, keeper of the Flame of the Phoenix and rightful Archduke of Rosaria.
I entrusted Cyril here with overseeing the investigation into Ultima's origins. Findings from his brothers and sisters afield are delivered here to be collated and catalogued.
Just how many Undying are there?
Not nearly enough, milady. Yet we are glad to give our all in service to the Phoenix. Such is, and has ever been, our creed.
I see.
You have your associates, I have mine. but we may now think of them as ours. That won't be a problem, will it?
The Phoenix is our sun, and we but the shadows that quicken in his radiance. It is from the darkness that we serve, both him and now you.
Well, that's certainly going to stretch my contacts across the realm.
For as long as you bear it, members of our order will reveal themselves unto you, if there is nothing further.
No. You are dismissed.
Your Grace.
Zikanva, then.
We'll talk about this later.
Like, motherfucker, you had spies and you hid them bitches for me? What the fuck is wrong with you?
Certainly keep strange bedfellows, Joshua.
Ah, Lord Rossfield. I'm afraid I cannot stay to talk. I must leave to collect the reports of our spies in the field. Now that you wear the Phoenix down, our brothers and sisters will no doubt reveal themselves to you too. Farewell, my lord, and may the Firebird's flame burn ever in your heart.
The free cities and a sea? Are you sure this is the right way, bro?
We have some stops to make, dude. Alright, where do I need to go out here? So it looks like right there generally is where I need to go. I think this is the pack the quest spoke of. It is.
You're on my side, Torgal.
Yeah, that wasn't that terribly difficult. I didn't think it would be. It's just a C rank.
Shouldn't have messed with the leader of the pack, eh, boy?
Okay. Somehow walked right the fuck by that the last goddamn time. Didn't even realize it. So this is right there. How the fuck? Oh.
You there? Finally.
No wonder I walked right the fuck by him.
Paying me the slightest heed.
Is something wrong?
At the university, the students would hang on my every word. Sadly, this far from home, I'm just a vagrant greybeard.
The university? You're a scholar.
A specialist in ancient cultures. The most accomplished in all Valisthea, some have said. Not that I look the part in these tattered rags. In my heyday, no obstacle could have kept me from my studies. Yet here I am, a wizened windbag, bested by the many steps of Tabor. The answers I seek lying just beyond my enfeebled reach. Would you do an old man the kindness and brave the stairs in my stead? You'll be amply rewarded, of course.
Climb the stairs and...
And memorize a few inscriptions for me. Assuming you know your letters, that is. Some courteous soul is rumored to have carved clues to Tabor's rich history into stones dotted about the village. 3 of them, to be precise. 1 each to the north, south, and east. I'm here in the hope that those carvings might shed light on a riddle I've been pondering for some time. Namely, the otherwise undocumented origins of Tabor's unique people. People quite unlike those of neighboring lands.
I can't promise I'll remember everything perfectly.
Remember what you can. I'll piece together the rest. Make for the domed pavilions, and you'll have no trouble finding the stones.
Okay.
Careful how you pack that leather. Any creases or scratches will bring down the price.
Okay.
What golden plains might the wanderers have called home, I wonder?
Have you noticed the Elder has been coughing less of late?
Yes. I hear Master Seal drew up a new tonic for him.
Not a scratch on them.
So it's these stones to Canva, and the rest of the boxes to Dalamo.
No history would be complete without mention of the Mother Crystals.
How are those new boots treating you?
They're fantastic. Soft as feet.
Farmers must have settled here in Tabor. I should speak to the old scholar before I forget everything I've read.
Here's the scraps you were after. Careful how you pack that leather. Any crystals.
The engravings were in good repair considering their age.
Oh, what that I could have seen for myself. Come, don't tease me now. What did you learn of this place and its people? Let's start with the engraving to the south, shall we? What did it say?
Guardians of the Crystal, the first stones of Tabor, sacred hold thy noble blood, till ends the mother's labor. I'm pretty sure that was it.
Fascinating. It would seem the founders of this city were descendants of those fallen charged with protecting the Mother Crystals. But whatever could have driven the Guardians so far from their sacred charges, I wonder? The engraving to the north is next, I think.
Wanderers of the Golden Plains, lay your roots in stone. With pride recall thy noble past, and make these rocks a home. Or, I think that was it, at least.
No doubt you're right. There are vestiges of nomadic customs in Tabor its guardian roots could never account for. This is proving most enlightening. Now, for the final stone.
I don't remember that one.
Children of the hunters, now tillers of the land, reap her promised blessing and give praise her gracious hand. That's all three.
And so, we add primitive farmers to Tabor's founding peoples, the final piece of the puzzle. 3 engravings, one for each of the 3 peoples to have settled Tabor in ancient times. Guardians of the Mother Crystal, wanderers from across the plains, and last but certainly not least, hunters turned farmers. Little wonder it was so difficult to trace the roots of Tabor's culture. Those roots reached down through 3 distinct traditions. Nonetheless, one cannot help but wonder why this fact is not better known among scholars, given that the stones stand here for all to see.
Too many stairs, perhaps.
Too many by far. Here, and thank you.
How are those new boots treating you?
They're fantastic. Soft as wings.
Beneath the flood, yes.
Alright, now I gotta come this way. Apparently I have one more side quest to finish. Well, I'm not going to be able to get there from this point anyway. I need to come here. Well, I was trying not to have to pick that fight, but the fuckers wanted to straddle, more or less straddle the road, so not much I can do about it. Oh, great. FPS trophy earned. I landed 100 total hits with a level 2 or higher Mega Flare, excluding battles in the Hall of Virtue. Yes, this should be where I need to go.
We're not alone.
Over here! All yours, Torgal. This one. Go for it. Now.
I do like that level 4 Mega Flare. That is just really nice. Very powerful ability.
Old he may be, but it looks like there's still plenty of fight in him yet.
Nice. That combination really does well with each other.
This thing reeks. The sooner it's off my hands, the better.
Surprisingly effective combination of moves.
Here's your hide, as requested.
I worried you might never return. Quickly, let me see it. Oh, as supple as a maiden's cheek, yet as adamant as her virtue. This is everything I had hoped for, and more. Clearly, my trust in you was not misplaced. You must be a hunter of considerable talent to have bested the beast with nary a scratch. Join me as my honored partner. With my means and your might, we shall be as wealthy as the merchant kings of Zemeckis.
I don't plan on making a habit of this. I'm busy enough as it is.
Oh, I missed
Very well.
Pokemon grab.
Though I believe fate had a hand in our meeting, it would be unbecoming of me to beg. do not allow me to keep you from being about your business. Here, for the hide.
Okay, nothing else has popped. I'm going to come over here to the hideaway for a minute.
Did you see that? Tell me you saw that.
What will it be today? How may I help you today? Study it well, Clive. The state of the realm is ever-changing, Clive.
Fancy a look at the list, do you? Anything catch your eye? Think you can help?
How may I help you today, Clive? Best of luck out there, Sid.
All right. All done with all that. Quick save.
The free cities under sea?
Let's go.
And of course, this is actually in the end slightly faster.
Orcs. Then let us be rid of them.
And I'm going by the philosophy right now that if I don't need to kill it,
Is the city fallen?
then I'm not going to make the attempt.
The free men are still holding their own then.
Do we have any idea where Gav and the others might be?
There's a warehouse near the docks where we agreed to meet if there was any trouble. We should hurry.
Why do I get the feeling that every step through this city is going to end up as a fight? Oh, wait. Years of experience as an RPG player.
Sounds like thunder.
We're starting to think you'd stumbled off a cliff.
I seem to recall that was you, Gav.
Good to see you. Any trouble on the road?
Nothing we couldn't handle.
I knew you'd come. Is that who I think it is?
Yes.
Allow me to introduce my brother, Joshua.
Clive's told me all about you. Or even listening most of the time. Name's Mid. Well, everyone calls me Mid.
My lady.
Hello, Uncle.
My boy.
Uncle Byron.
It's really you. I never thought I'd see the day.
So these Akashic are being controlled.
That's what it looked like. Empty eyes, eerie blue glow. No doubt they were turned, but silent as monks, every last one of them.
Your man here speaks true, Clive. We saw more than a few in this city. They moved in ranks with a purpose, and not of their own.
Ultima's doing.
Perhaps.
What of the city? The people?
Dead, mostly.
Mostly, but not all. A handful managed to lock themselves in their villas before the Horde arrived. Some in the Merchants' District to the west, and a few others on the far bank.
If the Akashic stumble across either hiding place, a few bolted doors won't hold them for long. We need to find them. And quickly.
What do you propose?
We split into two parties. I will make for the Merchants' District, while you look to those across the river. Mind keeping an eye on my brother?
Not at all. We find the villa and try the servants' entrance.
Understood.
And what of us?
Mid, is she fit to sail?
The ship, the Mithril engine could probably do with a few more tweaks.
Then you better work fast. Even if we do reach the survivors in time, they'll never make it to the hideaway on foot.
You leave that to me.
See that Mid doesn't get herself into trouble, would you?
Think I can manage that?
I'll keep him safe.
Looks like you stuck with me, Byron.
That's Lord Rossfield, you little gutter snipe!
Shall we then?
And you keep Clive safe.
Be careful. Both of you.
You too.
Well, this should be an interesting run through a city.
All right, Torgal. Let's find those survivors. They don't stand a chance against those things.
Hey, jerks.
They've been routed. They're wearing Waluda armor.
Nice! Right into it. I love these AoEs in this game. They're so good.
What happened to the Royal Army? There's nothing but monsters here.
That's the route by whence I came. Can't call my chocobo. Kind of makes sense. Though a third combatant would not be amiss. I shouldn't need more than that. Yeah. Oh, that Mega Flare is so good. Just as good, maybe better than the Flame Charge. And I love that Flame Charge. That Flame Charge is amazing.
That sounded big. Joshua and Jill must be busy.
Oh, well. Hi, big guy. Oh shit, I earned a trophy. Such dodge, so mega. I executed a precision dodge 3 times while charging a single Mega Flare. Excluding battles in the Hall of Virtue. Yeah, combining that Mega Flare with this Draconic Flame ability is nasty. And then going right into this, it's like guaranteed death for most enemies. Ow!
There may still be survivors inside.
Well, that hurt.
Something has reached them this far.
Come on, Revenant. There we go.
You've caused
Fuck you, bitches!
But then I would expect no less from you, Muthos.
You again. I don't believe we've been introduced. You were in my family's crypt, and now you're here, with an army of Akashic thralls.
Manners, Lord Rosfield. They are men, like you and me. Albeit ones unburdened by the wills that drive our kind to madness. They are pure. They are divine.
What?
And they are all that remains in this once raucous city.
You'll pay for what you've done.
As you wish. I confess I have been very much looking forward to this. Pardon me this indulgence, Your Majesty. The vessel shall not be spoiled. I am Sleipnir of House Harvard. And you will yield.
No, I won't.
Or not.
As long as you don't hold back.
Over here!
This one. Slow.
You will forgive me if my performance seems uninspired. It is just that I expected so much more from our chosen one. Perhaps this will kindle your flame?
What now?
A gift from my liege lord's armory. Gungnir. Watch closely, Mythos. Yes! Yes!
Nice try.
And do my flame charge. Oh, that's such a nice follow-up. That's damage, people. Into that? Oh, baby, yeah. Look at the damage output.
Actually, I wouldn't.
Get him!
He's still not beating.
That fight was kind of tough, not gonna lie. That one took a bit out of me.
The vessel is strong. My liege.
Clive!
You're all right.
As are you, I see.
We are, yes.
I'm sorry, but we couldn't save them.
It was over before we arrived.
Well, you did what you could. I fear we were all too late. What's wrong?
Nothing. I hope.
leaving so soon, Mythos?
It's the king.
Indeed. You may kneel before Barnabas Tharm. Warden of Ash.
Oh, hey, Death Knight. 7-watch streak with me. What's up, Mr. D? Oh, sorry, I don't have my OBS system up, Pop, so my sound alerts aren't going to be functional.
Wild and impetuous. I expected more of the boy who bested my Lord Commander. Yet I see why my master covets you so. The power within you, Mythos. The potential.
Stop calling me Mythos.
But Mythos is everything. The cornerstone of all creation. The Lord's vessel. Your purpose.
My purpose? To surrender my mind and body to that thing. No, Your Majesty. My purpose is my own. I made a promise to my friends, to my people. And nothing is going to stand in my way.
You would allow this delusion of free will to bar your path to greatness? Truly, your volition is a cancer. One that must be excised.
Try it.
As all the rest.
Joshua!
Get my blade. Ah, good puppy. Puppy got my sword.
Power beyond reckoning, and they use it as a crutch. Such a waste.
Did they just kill Jill? She's been such a central character this entire story.
Will you be all right?
The phoenix can mend flesh, but the spirit
God damn it.
must recover on its own. I'm afraid the rest is up to him. This place is remarkable. Outfitting it must have been no small feat. But why go to such trouble?
That beauty's belly's filled with wonders the world ain't ready for. If the guild's court wonder what we're up to, they'd all want a piece. All right?
And how is he? Do not blame yourself. He was barely breathing when you brought him here. We would have lost him if it were not for you.
No. Barnabas may have severed nigh every sinew in my brother's body. But he made certain the wounds were not fatal.
No, I think he killed her.
Allow me, your lordship. Don't know what I was thinking, putting you to the trouble like that.
It is no trouble carrying comestibles to my ailing nephew.
I know, but you've already done so much for us. Pouring your gil into the hideaway and now the ship. I don't want to take the piss.
You risked your life. And for what? Some gil you hardly know. Why'd you do it? You got mad or something?
I wouldn't go that far.
My boy.
All I want to do is help. And the world won't save itself. It was Sid. Your father, who taught me that.
Sounds like him.
Don't you dare do that again.
What of the Royalists?
Fucked off, the lot of them, along with the galleon. With the king on board, no doubt. Behind here, I wouldn't sail without him. Clive.
I mean, the scene kind of made it look that way, but maybe, maybe not. I mean, it was a brief glimpse of it coming at her. We don't really know how it was going to hit. Or whether she managed to dodge.
Jill is fine.
The ether of our icon endures. As long as it does, we can be certain she is alive.
All right, so the moment we believe her to be alive, that's good.
We must pursue the Black Galleon. Jill will be with the king, I'm sure of it.
Well, good luck catching him, because my ship's going nowhere. It's the Mithril engine. She's got a kick like a wild chocobo and a mind to tear the hull in half.
But you have an idea.
Well, of course I do. My dad'll have seen this coming a league off. If I had his old writings...
If you had his old writings, you'd be sitting under a fuckload of rubble. The ones Otto didn't save anyway. I suppose you might still have a few pages in his stores.
We'll have to hope it's enough. Do what you can to ready the ship. I'll speak with Otto.
In your condition, you really are mad.
Perhaps. But the world really won't save itself.
Thanks for the 10 episode. I had to scroll back up because I know I missed a few things painted really good. So what's that? This is the first Descendants. It's free to play on
Right.
the Switch from what I
Gav said that Otto might know something.
Let me tell you a story, Clive.
All right.
Them rumours Wet Legs were spreading. Might be they weren't just tales plucked out of thin air. You see, there was a time when I weren't too particular about who I sold steel to, so long as they paid me the right price. Some women lust after blood, others after flesh, but me, I were always one for gold. And to satisfy that lust, I sold to opposing armies, stabbed my every client in the back, made myself the most hated woman in the twins. But then one day I met a man who made me a different kind of offer. Said he'd give me access to a realm-wide community of like-minded individuals in constant need of steel and sundries. On the condition I sold to him and his alone.
Was that the first time you met Sid?
Aye. And I fell right into his damn trap. He was true to his word, so I ended up being true to mine. And I soon started making the best profits I've seen since taking up the trade. And all without aiding or abetting any outlaws. Except Sid himself, that is. Told me about his plan to topple the Mother Crystals, you know. Said that with them gone, the realm would want for all manner of things. An opportunity for the likes of me to mint Gil. Why, I reckon an enterprising individual could find himself the richest dam in the twins. And that's when he had me. I emptied my stores that day and moved into the Hideaway proper. And the rest, as they say, is ancient bloody history. A dozen years on, and I'm still not the richest dam. Not for lack of trying, mind. But I can say that I have never been happier. You've all shown me there are some things more precious than Gil.
That there are.
So don't you go messing it all up. Or you'll have me to answer to.
It is, Pop. It is. That should take care of that injury I got from stubbing my toe the other day.
Why, it's a dangerous world out there. Best of that, grey lump. No.
Oops. Okay, right into a wall. I'm looking for these batteries, get the ingredients to build those other characters.
Go on, then.
They're making the grind real hard. Booty shooters. Gotta love it.
You got out else?
That's not you.
You're rubbing me blind, you know. It'd better all be here. You're rubbing me blind, you know. Sorry, sold out.
I need another one of those. What is this? Oh, that's expensive shit. I need to not use that if I can avoid it.
If it's knowledge you...
Trouble with your gear, or what do you want? Not bad, if I do say so myself. Should last you a good while. My best work, but it'll do. Yeah, that should do you. And?
Nice. Shit happens, Lady Karen. Shit happens.
Let me help. I know my letters. Most
knowledge hoarded is knowledge lost. I have a few new notes that might interest you. What subject shall we consider today? Did you learn everything you needed?
Good. Stuff for me to do.
Cole said it was an army of Akasha. What will happen to me?
How are we supposed to do our duty when the hills are crawling with Akashic and the valleys are full of ether? Fancy a look at the list, do you? Anything catch your eye? Always something in there.
How may I help you today, Clive? All done?
Alright, let's see what's next on my plate for hunts. The Dread Comet. Well, reckon I'm the one to put that sumbitch down. Alright, but before we do much of anything else, I gotta run to the restroom, and in the process, grab some coffee. I'll be back shortly. Y'all just maintain and hang on tight.
Is it an actual one? I know Brother Keith is going to ain't bringing in new characters at the end of the month. That's no audacity to add another character. I don't feel that. I don't know how many characters they think on adding into the game, but let's just do some tasty in this one, bro. We get some extra shit, some food. Yo, if I don't see Ultimate Brainer, I'm still gonna be upset. I need Ultimate Brainer. Say that. I got 15. I got 15 more minutes fast. Good enough. Good enough. Alright, we're gonna make it. What's good? 10%. Oh. It's contradictory.
I needed that bathroom break. So it's a Dread Comet. Now, okay, good, because we're going to go after the Dread Comet first.
my best perfectly, to be honest. He just ran right into me. These guys. Ooh, 2 more levels. 2 more levels, and now also get my mastery ranked up. Yeah, let's get that. Let's get that. Need that. That lasts a little bit longer. But he's on the rank it up right now. Look at this slot slater. This dude got no Christmas whatsoever. Yeah. Breakfast is there.
Alright, so come out here. What I'm looking for should be right here. Wow, that's going to be super expensive to finish that off. Worth it, though. Alright, I'm full up on everything that I need to be full up on for now.
No holding back. This might take a while.
Hello, jerk off.
That's like no chocobo I've ever seen. Something tells me it won't be easily broken. Nice try.
Oh, nice!
Nice try.
What? There's no way in hell.
All yours, Torgal.
You goddamn fucking piece of shit bird! And yes, a chocobo killed me. But people often underestimate how powerful chocobos can be.
Poor beast. There was nothing I could do.
People really do underestimate how powerful a chocobo truly fucking is. And to answer your earlier question, usually no, I'm not all that prone to injuring myself, but sometimes shit happens. And it wasn't an injury to my toe so much as a split toenail on that toe.
Why is that?
I just kind of accidentally rammed it into something while taking care of some business here in the house, and it's been sore for a few days, probably sore for a few more. Just kind of the way it is.
Now, I don't mind having a few more brave boys around to keep them animals at bay. I ain't daft after all. But we ain't got nowhere for them to bed down. Poor buggers are having to make do with haylofts and chocobo pens. I'd build them a new barracks here if I could. Where would I put them? There just ain't enough room up here on the rock. Which leaves us in a bit of a pickle. The people we're counting on to keep us safe are living like beggars.
I see.
And it ain't just that lot. There's bears to think about too. There's been more and more of them turning up lately, coming from all over looking for safe haven. But there's only so many we can shelter with the room we've got. We can't keep cramming more and more people into less and less space. What we need is a new home for our new arrivals. And that's what I was hoping you might help me with. If it ain't too much of a burden, of course.
It's no burden at all, m'lady.
Thank you, Clive.
So, where were you thinking of making this new home?
Well, I reckon we could do a lot worse than Eastpool.
Eastpool. It's been a long time since I thought about that place.
It was a tragedy, what happened. And if any of us could have done anything to stop it, we would have. But what's done is done.
He'll heal fine.
Those who lived there,
I mean, I've stabbed myself through, like, the foot and shit with nails and stuff, so if I can heal from those injuries, I can heal from
It's
this.
got a good few years left in it yet. There's just one problem. A band of cutthroats have made it their den, and they don't seem like they'll be moving on in a hurry. Nasty bastards they are too. I've lost some good men to their raids. Would have sent someone to clear them out sooner if my boys didn't already have their hands full fending off the Akashic. But now we've got a few more Guardians of the Flame to call on. I reckon it's time we made our move. What do you say? Fancy leading a raiding party?
I do.
Eastpool was once home to people I loved. I won't have bandits sully those memories. I'll gladly drive them out of there.
And I know the men will gladly follow you. I've already shared a few thoughts with Sir Wade about how we might be able to win the place back. And I dare say he's got some ideas of his own too. Why don't you go and talk to him?
Of course. All right, Sir Wade. Let's hear your plan. So Wade, it's good to see you well.
And you, Lord Rosfield. And you.
I spoke with Martha. She tells me you have plans to free Eastpool and make it your own.
That's right, though it was mostly her idea. I rather fear my men have been treading on her toes somewhat since joining us, not to mention each other's. And then there are the bearers, men and women who found the courage to flee their masters and sought refuge here. We need somewhere to settle them, and I can think of worse places than Eastpool.
As can I. Which is why I agreed to help you win it back.
That's very kind of you. I'd be most grateful if you would. With you beside us, we shall soon send that rabble of rogues running for the hills.
So, what can you tell me?
That thankfully there aren't too many of them. Fewer than a dozen at our last count. And rather less, thankfully. The road that leads there will more than likely still be crawling with Akashic. A small force would suffice to clear the village, but if the Akashic were to follow them in, that force could end up trapped between a rock and a very hard place indeed.
I'll head into Eastpool and deal with the bandits. You and the Guardians can stay outside the village and fend off any Akashic who come too close. Make sure I'm not taken unawares.
I can't ask you to bear all that risk yourself, my lord.
The Akashic are the bigger risk. I can handle a few bandits.
Well, if you're sure, I shall summon my men at once.
Shall I wait?
Let's do this.
No need, my lord. You go on ahead. We'll be with you before long.
All right. I'll meet you at Eastpool then.
We shall see you there, and may victory await our coming.
He said coming. I've been hit by a car on several occasions. Not a brag, not a boast. Factual statement.
You think you can just walk in here? Kill him.
You will leave Eastpool now, or face the consequences. see it.
Oh, the poor bandits. They fall down, go plop. Oh, Christ! Really? Slime? Asshole!
What's that thing doing here? Doesn't matter. It goes too.
Oh, what? No more?
Any more surprises? I'll take that as a no.
Bravo. A magnificent display, my lord.
You were watching. I thought you were keeping an eye out for a Kashik.
We were. Put down more than a few on the road, then arrived just in time to see you slay that... whatever it was.
Let's hope it was the last of its kind. Though I expect you and the Guardians will be up to the challenge should another appear.
I would hope so, my lord.
Your men will be bringing the bearers who'll be living here, I assume. It might be best to send word for them to come right away. Before any other unsavory characters move in.
I'll send orders for them to depart immediately. Leave it with me, my lord.
Nice to see Eastpool occupied once more.
Home. Without masters.
No. We're the masters now. Our lives are our own at last.
That's all of them. And not a single Akashak in sight. Now to begin the important work of rebuilding the place. It won't be easy. Especially not after 5 years of beasts and blackguards having their wicked way with the place. The masonry might still be sturdy enough, but half the beams are rotted. Those that weren't lost in the fire or burned by the bandits, that is. It'll take a bit of elbow grease, but we'll see Eastpool rise again. Just you wait.
So,
pleased to hear it.
Lady Hannah is buried here. If you don't mind, I'd like Oscar to join the rebuilding efforts. He should be a part of this.
Of course. I couldn't agree more.
I'll let Martha know that everyone arrived safely. If you need anything more, you have only to send a Stolas.
And we will, my lord. Safe travels.
Eastpool is in safe hands.
Rather than run all the way back, it's faster to fast travel, honestly.
Ah, there you are. All went well then. Sir Wade told me you got rid of the bandits while his lot kept an eye out. Nicely done. What's all this about some shape-shifting nightmare showing up? On second thoughts, don't tell me. It'll only give me nightmares of my own. What matters is, you did it. And now we can build our new village.
I suppose it will be. What will you call it?
What else? Eastpool. Sir Wade said it best. There's plenty bad happened to that place, but that don't undo the good that happened there. No need to throw the baby out with the bathwater.
Did Wade say that?
Well, something along those lines. Poor souls might have made it to Eastpool, but their work ain't done yet. It's the way I see it, neither is mine. If it's food or lumber or strong backs they need, the rest is ready to provide it.
Thank you, Martha.
No, thank you.
I've always thought that saying was a little interesting. A little weird, but a little interesting. No need to throw the baby out with the bathwater. Get off my damn cords. Saying an official release date. That bugs me a little bit. Just have to try to keep my ears peeled.
If we're going to do this, we'll need help.
And we'll have to find it, and fast. We cannot let this chance pass us by.
Alright.
Clive, your timing is impeccable. It just so happens that right at this very moment, we're in need of someone with your talents.
And what talents would those be?
Why, your fearlessness, and your skill with a blade.
I'm listening.
Well, as I'm sure you're aware, when these dark skies swept over the Republic, so too did a wave of chaos and confusion. Randalar has been particularly badly affected. Many of the capital's bearers have lost their masters, or taken the opportunity to flee them. None remain free for long, of course. Most find themselves under the protection of the Fist before they get far. But the army too is in disarray, and finds itself unable to provide for its new charges, which means it has been looking to sell.
And you've been looking to buy, to make sure these masterless bearers remain that way.
Precisely. It's the perfect opportunity to free dozens more, and for an attractive price, no less.
So where does my skill with the blade come in?
Though we may have the funds to buy these bearers, we have nowhere to house them. So we've been searching for a place where they can be resettled. Somewhere far from the prying eyes of those who would see them enslaved once more. And we believe we have found one. Kashlok. A small hamlet hidden in a canyon. The place was abandoned a long time ago, but when the men moved out, the beasts moved in.
And so, we seek the aid of a fearless swordsman to encourage them to look elsewhere. You'll help, won't you?
Of course!
How could I
To
refuse?
free those enslaved? You're fucking right.
Theo, if you wouldn't mind making arrangements for the transportation of our guests, as we discussed.
Of course. Leave everything with me.
Sounds like you'll have your work cut out for you.
I will. We have an entire village to stock and furnish. Residents and all. Even if I begin right now, I'll be working day and night. So I'd better get started. Try to clear the place out before the wagons roll in, won't you?
I'll do my best.
You will find a village in Chairdress Thread, past Lateney's Cleft. My man there will open the gate for you.
All right. Wish me luck.
I'm sure you won't need it.
Boy, some confidence in me. Now, mind you, it's not misplaced. I mean, my character's a badass. But
This must have been a nice place once. Will be again. oh no more. That was way too easy. That's all of them. Come on, Toggle. Let's head back to Boklad.
So easy. Oh, I was talking about DCGO. It's a fan-made game where players around the world can play the Digimon TCG online with other players, make decks, etc.
Thank you.
Kind of looking for, because BT17, the newest set for it, just released here in States. I'm looking for when that's going to release as a update to the game.
Someone you know?
Yes. And, no. But enough about him. How did you fare down in Cashlock?
It's done. The village is safe now.
You made quick work of it, as always.
I should go and let Eloise know.
Don't let me keep you. But Clive, don't tell her I was watching her, will you? She'll only get upset. I'll explain everything once you've finished with your report.
Right.
Okay.
We'll speak then.
They're supposed to be siblings, so that's a little
Just
weird.
go back from Cashlock. The village should be safe now.
Thank you, Clive. Here, something for your trouble. Well then, now that you have laid the groundwork for our little project, I suppose we'd better finish the job. The first thing we'll need to do is make sure our offer for the bearers is accepted.
You're still in negotiations?
We are. A trusted colleague has been dealing with the Fist on our behalf, but things have been trickier than we anticipated. I suppose it's to be expected. This is the army we're dealing with. Fighting's what they do. But we shall emerge victorious in the end.
Well, if you need any help, you know where to find me.
I'm not sure I do, but thank you all the same.
Excellent.
Ah, Clive.
You wanted to talk?
The man I was watching earlier, the one speaking to my sister, he represents the Silver Peak Consortium. It's one of the bigger trading houses.
I don't think I've heard of them.
Well, every trader in Dhalmekia has. They operate across the length and breadth of the Republic, and they're still expanding. They've been trying to get Eloise to join their ranks for some time now, and judging by her reaction earlier, I'd say she had half a mind to accept their latest offer.
And you'd rather she didn't?
I would rather she did what makes her happy. And I would never deny her such an opportunity. Eloise saved me from slavery. And we have striven to save others like me ever since. But this was not the life my sister wanted, nor the one she deserves. I won't let her give up on her dreams again for my sake. She freed me from my bonds, and she must be freed from hers in turn.
You're a good man, Theo.
I have always been grateful for what my sister did for me, and I want to repay the favor by letting her live her own life. But each time an opportunity to do just that arises, she turns it down. For my sake.
She loves you.
And I love her. Which is why I want this time to be different. To show her that I don't need to be watched over anymore. Though I'm sure I'll still need some help from time to time. I trust that I can count on you.
Always.
Thank you, Clive. Well then, I had better get back to work. These bearers aren't going to move themselves. That's a job for the Crimson Caravans.
Aye, it is. All right. Come up here.
I'll be taking you all to a storehouse in the Bales. Leave anything you don't need behind.
It's also a much better, a superior TCG. And honestly, I've heard players complaining recently that the Pokemon TCG has really been shooting itself in the foot with the new cards and the new format. I've heard a lot of people say that they're not happy with how the Pokemon TCG is running. But I have yet to hear a player of the Pokemon or the Digimon TCG go, well, I don't like how this game is going. so I don't want to play it anymore or spend money on it or anything like that. No. Every player I know is fucking excited. Plus, the Digimon TCG is doing something that, to the best of my current knowledge,
And it is all that I have lived for.
no other TCG that has set releases in both Japan and America for the same TCG has ever done before.
My comrades and I are sure of our cause, and we shall fight to the last, come what may. But there are those...
It's synchronizing the set releases between Japan and America so that there will never again, supposedly, allegedly, never again, be a disparity between when a set releases in Japan
And so, Clive, I find myself...
and that same set releases in America. Like, for example, Yu-Gi-Oh! At one point, there was a disparity of about 2 months in set releases between Japan and America. It'd release in Japan first, then release in America later. But now, your average difference is a minimum 3 to 6 months between when Japan gets a set released versus when America gets that same set released.
And may Grigo guide us.
And that goes for like all of their of the TCGs that get releases in Japan and America. Japan gets it first, America gets it usually months after the fact. Like, we get hit with the fucking ban list before we get the goddamn set released a lot of the time. It's fucking insane. It's ridiculous. But for Digimon, that's not going to be the case by the end of this year. By the end of this year, whenever a set gets released in Japan, it will only be a matter of days. Literal days before America gets that same set released here. Synchronized set releases. It's going to be awesome. All right, sweet. All I have left to master is this. And, let's see. Possibly 3 more times? Maybe? Don't know. Elemental Archfiends. Not 100% sure what you mean by that. Is it something to do with this game? Ah. I'll get around to it then if I haven't already. I don't fucking know. All right. But it's that time of night. We're going to raid out to my buddy Ace of Hearts. So y'all be good to yourselves, each other, the planet. Have fun. Stay the fuck out of trouble. Exercise your rights, responsibilities, privileges, and duties of wherever you happen to be from. As viewers, show that love and respect to the streamers that you watch, because believe me, we really appreciate it. It makes our day. As streamers, show that same love and respect to your viewers, because while we could do this job without them, it wouldn't be any fun.